Okay, everybody, it's Mr. Judge again. I hope everyone's doing fantastic. I know it's been a while since I did a live stream, had to move and, you know, going through some dental issues. So, a lot's been going on to keep me away. But once whatchamacallit, Marianne released this video, and boy, is it is this going to be a doozy? I had to schedule this up because I could not believe what I was hearing. I mean, we dealt a lot with Marianne, from her coming to us and saying, "Umar ruined my movie. That's why it's so bad." And then, moving from then to say, "Guess what, guys? I've sued Umar Johnson. I'm going to get some money. I'm going to advocate for the victims." And then telling us, "Oh, there's a federal investigation going on and whatever." And then, you know, thanks to Lynn and Honor, and we found out the quote unquote check she got was fake, and she doubled down on all that. And, it got pretty pathetic from that point on. You'd think it couldn't get any worse, but then a month ago, she makes this whole wine celery crap montage, and then gets this whole nonsense about doing a summer camp, which none of us bought. And then she doesn't, show up for a whole month, right? She doesn't show up for a whole month. And then now she's back again, and this time she's making this weird ass video where I'm not saying that for a fact that she was, an agent of Umar, because I don't have direct proof of that. But I'm just saying, based on how she was talking and acting and how she was describing the events, it gives me the impression that she was a little bit in on some of the scamming that he was doing, because she does admit that she partook in collecting donations for Umar Johnson. So, that, and amongst other things that she says on here, which we'll go over, to me make me look at her like, a little bit of what was going on with the scam, even if you didn't know completely about it. So, hello, Miss Independent. Glad to see you here. Hello, Francesca. Good to see you guys here. Let's get into the video.
Good afternoon, content creator. Marianne's here. I have prepared this video for you guys. I hope you all like it and enjoy it. Now, before I dive into it, I would like to make a point. A lot of content creators make Umar Johnson video, but what I want to tell you, they're bringing you secondhand information, which they add their spin to it, add their creativity, which is good. Some does an excellent job at it, and some not so well.
It might be secondhand information, but it's not putting our creative spin on it. We're reacting to videos that Umar Johnson has been released. So, and it's based on what he's been saying, how he's acting, and what he's, said. And some of it is based on actual research outside of YouTube, like Google AI searches, or, some people want to do it websites and such. But she's trying to downplay it as if, oh, well, we're only giving you secondhand information, and then we get a little creative about it. And that's not necessarily true. I could agree that it's secondhand in that a lot of us weren't physically there to witness a lot of it, and we were reacting to it, what was uploaded information. That much is true. But to take upon that and say, well, they're just giving you secondhand information and they're being creative with it, you're trying to downplay it, even though a lot of it exposes what Umar Johnson actually does.
I want to change my format. I want to bring you guys event on Umar Johnson, and I want to pair it with an image, with images, or a video. The reason why I have so many.
Just say that you're making a video that you're going to talk about an event. Why you got to try and make up all these different words and butcher the English language? Just tell us you want to create a video in which you're going to say is somehow different from secondhand information, and that you're going to provide images. Simple. But you got to talk in all this, whoopsies. You got to talk in all this yin yang nonsense as if it's like hard to pronounce in English, and I don't understand why you act that way.
an image with images or a video. The reason why I have so many photos, they feel like they're
Right?
endless, and the videos are many. I feel by giving you a verbal account of
Verbal account, which means you want us to take us at your word. Sure, why don't we trust the lady who lied to us about a federal investigation? Let's believe the verbal account of someone who lies to you about a check, not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row, and makes 2 fake checks on top of it. That'll be swell.
an Umar Johnson event and
Hey,
pairing it with a photograph and pairing it
she
with
is
a
pulling a
moving
Lene.
video will
Facts.
help my viewer grasp
Because I mean, guys, literally, she says, and I quote to you, but guys, she literally says, and I quote to you, that she wants to give us a verbal account. Verbal, which means there's no objective evidence. It's just verbal. We're all just to believe her words, even though she's an admitted liar, even though she's a known scammer, even though she's known all of YouTube as a liar. She wants to give a verbal account, and that's supposed to be different from secondhand information. Hey, that check was legit. You're right. Is it the 70s? Yeah, she is feeding over Umar. Yeah, I mean it is absolutely delusional. I couldn't believe what I was listening to, which is why I said, she makes herself look like an agent of Umar. I'm not saying that she is for a fact, but the way she talks about it and the way I listened over, it seems like she's making that case for other people. Now, I'm not saying it's a fact, but I'm saying that's how she makes it look.
and understand the point that I'm trying to make across. If at the end you guys like this format, my channel member, please feel free, leave your comment, like,
Channel member, not channel members. It's only for one channel member. Remember that, guys. It's just for one person. The rest of us is peanut gallery.
and hype the video. For some of you, if this is your first time at the end of the video, I invite you to like, subscribe, and hype the video. And
She's a scammer groupie.
please also leave a comment and tell me how do you like this new format that I'm embarking on. So let's dive into this. Umar Johnson was asked to be a guest speaker at a Maryland event 2 weeks after he negotiated with this Black-owned restaurant event center, which is very well known in the Maryland area,
It was just a restaurant. You don't have to give it a fancy title.
which is frequented by a lot of African American. They're a very successful business. He reached out to 3 individuals.
Jay, you're not lying. And I mean, dude, listen to this. Other platforms are using AI. Other platforms are using, clicks and whistles and a lot of cool stuff, to make and music, although not my type of music, but I get it. People like music with their videos, and they're doing all this fancy stuff. What does she give you? Dialed up internet, and now she's struggling to even understand how to give images in a video. A delusional groupie, exactly. And you know what, you guys just reminded me. Not only is she a delusional groupie, but the groupie that she's with don't even acknowledge she exists. Umar Johnson is not on YouTube. Umar Johnson probably doesn't give a damn about YouTube. The only person I can see him possibly caring at all is, Lennon Honor, because Lennon Honor does such a great job exposing him. And even then, he barely mentions him. Like, we know he hates him because we have gotten bits and clips of him, mentioning Lennon Honor and even accusing him of hacking him. But we've never seen him once mention Lene or Marianne. Well, I mean, yeah, he mentioned Lene. I strike that. He mentioned Lene just once, and that was just to, clarify the fallout and, accuse her and stuff like that. But after that, nothing. Nothing at all. PowerPoints. Fish tank. He never mentioned her name. Not even once. Never. Not even once.
Myself and two other to ask us if we would be able to help him work the event. Now, keep in mind, none of us got paid for this. Our time was freely given. When
Okay, so you were an idiot. But aside from that fact, why is it that you're telling us this now when you first came onto the internet? You never mentioned, and even in the months following it, you never mentioned that you had helped Umar Johnson with this event. All you ever talked about was he ruined my movie and we need to get elders to tell them accountable. And I've gotten a check from him, and there's a federal investigation. You did not mention ever doing an event for him for free. You never mentioned this until today. And mind you, and again, this is a verbal account, meaning you don't have any evidence that you actually did this. This is just your word of mouth.
and let me backtrack before I continue. When he negotiated with them, they paid him as the keynote speaker. Now, at the time, his price was
Well, Jay, she must be eating a lot of cheese with her wine. She put on weight since we last seen her. Yeah, she has. That's a good observation. She's always showing old photos catfishing.
$3,000 word on the street. So I have to say allegedly, because at the time of negotiation, I was not present with Umar and the event center's owner when they agreed on what to pay him.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, this is a verbal account in which you're talking about meetings in which you were not in. Okay, makes sense.
When he accepted the offer, his money was sent to him, was already at
Hey,
hand.
Storm, good to see you. Yeah, we definitely see you. We definitely see you, bud. Wine is sugary anyway. Put me right off the fish after that today. You guys are great.
Before the event even took place. So when he reached out to us, which the event center did an amazing job, they sold it out within 2 weeks. He reached out to us and he wanted to know our schedule, if we were able to commute and help with this event. Now, mind you, all three of us were from a different state. We were not from Maryland. We got ourselves there. That was our financial responsibility, and we did not get paid. Again, we gave our help freely.
So rather than doing any critical research, rather than trying to discover if Umar Johnson was telling the truth about FDMG, which he wasn't, by the way, even back in 2019, there were people exposing him. You went out of your way because he asked you to spend so much money going to all the way to Maryland to help an event in which you were not going to get paid, and what was the incentive? You're not explaining what the incentive was.
Him being this pillar in the conscious community and us being part of the community, we felt honored and were willing and eager to help. And keep in mind,
information man. Or no, Jay the informant. Yeah, Marianne forever, other women never. Free labor. Yeah, that is. It's a definitely what free labor is. She never went to Wellington to stand in front of the bandos. Nope, never did. Good bringing that up, Jay. We definitely remember her making that promise. She never did.
at the time, I was working with him to do this documentary, which fell by the wayside, but I did end up doing a movie with him, Awaken, which most of you have seen. Now,
wait a minute. Let's go back on that. Let's go back a little bit.
Him being this pillar in the conscious community and us being part of the community, we felt honored and were willing and eager to help. And keep in mind, at the time, I was working with him to do this documentary, which fell by the wayside. But
so So at the time, none of you were in Maryland, and he reached out to you guys, and also during that time, you were actually in contact with him anyways, because you were doing a documentary, which, as you said, fell sideways, meaning he never did it. And then you did the movie, which was, by the way, 1 star. And you're saying honor is what got you to go out for free, to waste gas, to go across state lines, to do this fundraising that you received no profit of. I don't know about you, but it sounds like to me like either you are extremely unintelligent or you knew something was up. It doesn't seem either. I'm struggling to think that someone could be going through all this, seeing all this happen, and still say, you know what? I'm honored. Let me work for free. Don't pay me. Don't pay my way to get there. Just let me work for free. Out of what? For honor? That does not make any sense. I'm like, am I tripping, guys? Like, does this story make any sense to you? I'm trying to follow the logic here, and I'm not seeing any logic. Tell me if any of that is making sense, guys, because I'm short circuiting right now. I'm just not seeing the logic in this story so far. Soil buckets. Yeah, we can't make sense of nonsense. Always got to remember that.
I did end up doing a movie with him, Awaken, which most of you have seen. Now, when the 3 of us arrived, I already knew the young man from the community, and I've worked with him on other events. It was the first time that I...
Events, Marianne. It's spelled events, not event. Events. The letter S exists for a reason.
met her. Lovely individual. We all had a good time. We all connected. We did something prior to the event, just to get the vibe going. When you do an event for...
Right? Yeah, because that's the thing. She said that she was going to do a summer camp. Well, summer is over practically. I mean, I'm going back to school on the 28th, and that's for the fall semester. And in some cases, you'd say September. I think late September is when it officially becomes fall. So where exactly was this supposed summer camp supposed to happen? She claimed she was going to update us on that. Never happened because it was a scam, and she gave up on it when nobody when nobody was buying it. She gave up on it. Oh, right. The Wellington worker, right. Right, exactly. Actually, Jay, I think the Wellington worker, actually, somebody proved very recently, I believe somebody proved that was actually, that wasn't even a real person. They proved that she was limp syncing the entire time, and that wasn't even a real person. I can't remember who exposed that, but they did. Yeah, the city. Yeah, she did speak to somebody in the city, but there was also another guy she supposedly spoke to, and it was proven that was actually a fake person on the phone. It wasn't like a real dude. I just can't remember who it was. Yeah, it was Congo. Yeah, that was it. Congo. Yeah, Room 130. Yeah. So Congo proved that she made that person up. He wasn't real. Umar hasn't educated a child, and she has no the summer camp child. We're made for each other, scheming ass. Exactly. Yeah, it's the hairstylist who was fake.
Umar Johnson, you have 3 rules. Very basic, very simple. He always keeps things basic and simple. He put the young man at the door to get an accurate count of everyone who entered that event. I remember vividly having this conversation with him with the other two. I said, well, why do you want him at the door? It's a sold out event. And besides, you don't get that money that they're paying to come see you. They've already paid you. I was just trying to understand the logic of why he was doing this. And his response to us is like, I need to know how much money they made off of me. And that's a way to keep me informed of my worth.
Of his worth, right? Because remember, you're saying he's not paying you guys. So what he means in reality, what Umar Johnson meant in reality is, I'm not paying you guys a damn thing. So I need to know exactly how much those people gave you so I can keep my money. Because remember, according to Marianne, her and whoever was working with him, they weren't getting paid nothing. So he had to make absolutely sure that these people weren't just, saying, hey, look, he's not paying me anything. I got gas money. I got to get back home. Let me just get a little something on the side. Umar Johnson was making sure these people didn't do that. That's what that actually was. It wasn't to check his worth. What he meant was he was making sure you free laborers didn't say, well, let me get a slice of the profits. That was what it was about.
Which makes sense. And he said if they ever invite him to speak again, he gets an idea of the geographic, meaning like how they can pack a room, and he could negotiate.
Well, what she needs to do, Williams, is she needs to have something other than a smartphone for her filmmaking. Because, god damn, every film is 1 star. And I bet it would be half a star if they could.
His pride. So that made sense, at least to me, and I think to the other two. My job was placed on the table. I was responsible for the book. Every event he has, he brings his book. He has 2 self-published books.
And practically no one reads it.
Young lady responsibility was to work the merchandise. Now, every event he had, the books are present. It's always paired with a merchandise. It's either a t-shirt, a sweatshirt. At one point, he had a tumbler. This time, it was a long sleeve Nat Turner shirt.
Williams, kids are the way to our wallet. As soon as those buzzards mention kids, boom, the money comes in. This little turtle's racing to the cash. Williams. Never change, bud. Never change. Where's the wine cellar? Right. Where is it? I figured she was under the basement stairs drunk off her ass is why we didn't see her anymore. Probably was. And then she's like, fuck, I got to come up with something else to distract everyone about the fact I didn't actually carry the cellar and the fact I made up bullshit about a summer camp. She's, wow, $50 for a damn shirt? No. Yeah, you can't because you drank it all. Where's the wine going to be?
Now, there was 67 long sleeve Nat Turner shirt that was sold for $350.
A Nat Turner shirt for $350? Are you crazy? And she's saying this was a sold out event? God damn, how do you buy an expensive ticket like this and then you pay a $350? No, that what you're doing. And what are they even going to get out of this? Oh, they have him lectured for a few hours and then he leaves. Wasting all that money for what? Just so he can spout nonsense that isn't even true? God damn, wasting everybody's money.
Each of us got a Nat Turner shirt. Let me tell you why. You get a freebie.
Right, exactly. She ran out of wine. Oh, $300 for a no shirt S. Never a no S, right? Wow. Well, no, they said that they sold out no, they said in this event they sold it out, Miss Independent. She claims that they sold out the event within 2 weeks. So that would mean, unless she's lying, which is very possible, They actually had to pay to see this event. That's what she's saying, but you know, it's Marianne, so can't really take too much stock into that. Other women getting shanghaied, right? Right?
You could either choose a book or choose a merchandise. I chose to get a Nat Turner long sleeve shirt, so did the both of them. The reason why, I've worked other events for him. I've already had 2 of his books signed from him.
So you're getting autographs from somebody who screwed you over? And you know, and I noticed she's not telling us how much she had to pay to do that. She's not telling us how much she had to pay to get 2 books signed over to him. And here's a good question: why would you even have these books after he screwed you over? You know, because I mean, she before she got exposed on that, you know, check thing, she used to be saying all about accountability and talking about all his stuff is bullshit and what have you, and all that nonsense. Now she's saying, oh yeah, in 2019 I was in an event, I didn't get paid for it, and by the way, I also got 2 autographed books from him. You, ma'am, said you understood he was a scammer. You were crying victim of having your movie ruined by him. Now you're going to gloat about how, oh, I got autographed by Umar Johnson. Not 1, but 2. This is fucking stupid.
So her job was to sell the Nat Turner long sleeve t-shirt. There were
I
70
guess
t-shirts
that's
sold out, $50 per shirt. Now, all together for the merchandise, that's $6,000.
Right. This is sad. Hey, Sassy, good to see you here. Yeah, she probably is, honestly. Sergeant Turd is definitely in the shadows. Always. Remember, he's always in the shadows. And remember, he does that because he doesn't want to be tied to a specific place. So when Marianne gets tired of him, he moves over to Lene. When Lene gets tired of him, he moves somewhere else because he likes to be in the shadows so nobody can tie him down, because then he has to be accountable for all the crap he does.
$850. That is factual. I was there, we talliated, and then we put the money in the bag of zipper that he gives you, which you turn into him.
Let's go back to that.
There, we talliated $850 together for the merchandise. That's $6,850. That is
Wait, no. Go back a little bit more.
Sell the Nat Turner long sleeve t-shirt.
Okay, yeah.
There were 70 t-shirts sold out, $50.
Wait a minute.
Per shirt. Now
that doesn't make any sense. No. We just caught her in a contradiction. Before, she said that the Nat Turner shirts were $350. Now she's saying the Nat Turner shirts were $50 per. That doesn't make any sense. So were you selling it for $350 or were you selling it for $50? Right? Did you guys? Yeah, like that didn't make any sense. First, she said it was the shirt was $350 or something around that area. Now she's saying in bulk they were only selling them for $50. That both can't be true at the same time. Right? Like we just caught her in another lie. You're even going to fib in your own story, which, I mean, granted, none of us believe you anyway. But, I mean, if at least make it consistent. If you're going to lie, at least be consistent about it. You did, Miss Independent. You did.
All together for the merchandise, that's $6,850. That is factual. I was there, we talliated, and then we put the money.
What the hell does talliated mean? That's not a real word. Talliated? We talliated. That's not even a real word.
And the bag of zipper that he gives you, which you turn into him.
It does.
And there's no confusion.
It does make her complicit. Very much so, which is why it's dumb of her to admit this.
He gives you 67 book, you sell 67 book, you give account of cash for 67 book. If he gives you 70 shirt, you sold all 70 shirt, you give account for 70 shirt. Now,
No. You don't give an account for 70 shirt. You give the total amount of what those shirts sold for, which you told us was both 50 and 350. So if he sold the shirt for 350, that would mean that he gave you, oh my God, this is hurting my brain now. And he gave you 70 shirts. That means for a piece, they're either being sold for 50 or 350, and you have to give the total amount that was sold. Oh my God. Oh no, my head's hurting too. This math is just blowing my brain.
There's no crime that's committed. He provide a merchandise, book, a shirt, and
okay, the selling of the merchandise might not be a crime, but when he's making a whole announcement about, oh, I'm going to save your kids, I'm going to be doing this, I'm going to be doing that, and it's a fundraiser for getting FDMG, it is indeed a crime because it's fraudulent. It's a false donation event. You're tricking people by giving them merchandise. You're tricking people into giving sold out events to lecture about something, FDMG, to give a fundraiser to convince these people that FDMG is a real thing. Let's go so that they'll donate. So saying, oh, well, we're just selling T-shirts and we're selling books, that's not a crime. Okay, but that argument doesn't work when you couple the fact that this was for an event for the FDMG, which he didn't actually do and is not done today. So you've made literally no good argument. It's just bullshit. Like literally, I cannot be. I'm not under charity fraud. Yeah, exactly, charity fraud. Exactly. Like this is ridiculous. She's now trying to defend the fact that Umar Johnson falsified a charity event by saying, "Come to this event. I'm going to be doing for FDMG," and doing a lot of bullshit and what have you, and then saying. And then saying, oh, well, we were just selling shirts and merchandise. That's not a problem. It is when the event you're selling it to isn't true, dumbass.
And people like it, you pay for it. Everybody. I always encourage people, always have a side hustle. There's nothing wrong with that. And these people have an establishment. They invited him as a guest speaker. He obliged. He accepted the invitation. They paid him his cash. No crime there.
Other than the fact that he lied to them in order to get their money. That seems to be a fact you're not acknowledging. Okay, going to an event because he was invited to go to an event. Okay, fine. Selling merchandise on the side. Well, okay, if people wanted it, people sold it, people bought it. Okay, fine, you have an argument there. But when you're doing it all in an event for a charity that you're never going to do, such as I'm going to save our kids, I'm going to save our women, and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, that's why you need to donate to me. You're lying to a whole group of people to get them to become donors. That's deception, that's lying, and it's fraudulent because you're trying to get their money. So it's still a problem, even if you're trying to argue, oh, we just sold some books, we just sold some T-shirts. Well, the event itself was fraudulent in nature, so it doesn't matter.
This is where we get into murky water. This is where it gets a little shady.
Yeah, essentially she did, Nene. Essentially she tried arguing, well, he was invited to go there and he sold some merchandise on the side. That's not a crime. That's her validating that Umar Johnson was within his rights to do so. Her argument boils down to he was invited to go there. He made his T-shirts. He made his books. He sold it to people. People bought it willingly. Therefore, there's no crime. And I'm saying that's a bullshit defense because the charity event was fraudulent. It was to excite people. It was to get them to become donors for a project that was never going to be completed. So she is trying to justify what he did, and in a very bad way. Exactly. She is full of shit. You guys are definitely right. She is full of shit. Yep, she is. That is exactly what is happening.
Now, the event was pumped. The event was exciting. You had different merchant that was there. People were happy. It was a lovely establishment, and I'm not.
Yeah, they're happy because they think they're part of an event that's going to change history, and unbeknownst to them, they're actually being bamboozled. You know, this is just like if someone said, you know, this would just be like if someone said, you know, that they didn't do anything wrong because they hosted a yard sale and everybody was happy and everybody was enjoying what they were buying, but they omit the fact that they were only getting the yard sale and the customers because they told everyone that if they made enough sales, they would create a company they would create a business for everyone to be employed at. And then 6-7 months later, or hell, in this context, 15 years later, you've been giving up all this money and there's still no school. There's still no business. I mean, it's essentially the same argument.
Not gonna lie to you. I shared with you guys once he is on that stage
Williams.
with that microphone, he will give you a show. He have the gift of blab. He will give you a show.
It's gab, not blab. What? She literally just said gift of blab. Listen to that again.
Give you a show. He have the gift of blab. He
has the gift of blab. She has the gift of blab, guys. How do you mess up the G in that word? It's gift of gab. It's not hard to say. It's one of the most simplest. Oh my God. It's one of the most simplest words in the English dictionary. And she literally said blab. Gift of blab. We got to hear that again.
He will give you a show. He have the gift of blab. He will give you a show.
Gift of blab. Oh man. She don't want to bring him down. She never wanted to bring him down. Yeah, she has to. She had to have bought more wine. She had to have to do this. Oh boy.
He will entertain you. That $50 they paid to come in that event, you got.
See, Miss Independent, I told you this wasn't free. They had to pay 50. Think about this math that she's telling us, guys. He had to pay $50 to get in. They sold it within 2 weeks. They had to pay anywhere from, I think it was $50 for the book, and then they had to pay $350 for the shirt, and that she then said was $50. And there was another item I think I'm forgetting. I think I'm forgetting this. So there was also another item that I think was also for $50, but I can't remember what it was. But he'll take charity, exactly. But and then she's saying that she's claiming it made over $8,000 and whatever. So all these people are paying for an event in which they got to pay even more money, and ranging from anywhere to $50 to $350 just for shirts, just for books, all just to sit there and let Umar Johnson bullshit them and then convince them to donate some more money. Think about that. Think about that concept, about that setup. And she's admitting she was a part of it. Marianne is admitting that she helped organize an event in which you had to pay half $100 to get in, then pay another $50 just to get a book, which is self-published, and then $350 for a t-shirt. And then at the end of it all, after you've paid your $50 to be entertained by Umar Johnson, who has the gift of blab, her words, you're going to donate some more. All for a school you're never going to get. Think about that, guys. Really think about that. I'd love to, man. I'd love to. But as my good friend, Miss Independent, always says, we can't make sense of nonsense. Storm.
Your $50 worth. You know, he goes on and on and on. This is where we get into murky water. At the end of the event, before.
Oh, we're just now getting into murky water? A charity event in which we have to pay to go, a charity event in which we're doing side hustles, a charity event in which you're told that you're not going to get paid for working, and you have to keep an account of everything that's ever sold to you. Now it's starting to get into murky water, huh?
The event.
Look how uncomfortable that kid looks. He looks very uncomfortable. He's like, Mom or sister, whoever that relation is, why is this grown man touching me? He's too close. Like that kid does not look happy at all. That kid does not look happy. He's like, why am I even here? What am I even doing here? Is this the part where I get to, is this the part where you'll give me the dessert because I stood here and did this photo like you promised? Like anywhere other than here. That's what that kid looks like to me.
People come to the mic. He thanks everybody, and then he gives you that heartfelt reaching out for FDMG.
And FDMG is a bullshit scam. So what's your point? It's not heartfelt either if it's not true. Like she literally said it's a heartfelt, but you have to actually care. Like, literally listen to that. Listen to what she just said. Heartfelt.
Heartfelt, everybody. And then he gives you that heartfelt reaching out for FDMG.
How is it heartfelt if it's not true? This would be like saying, because I gave a heart speech for why you need to donate to my heart transplant, it's fine that I'd never got a heart transplant because my speech was just so dearing. Well, no, if the speech was all about give me money because my heart needs replacing and my heart is never replaced, I never go for the surgery, then this shit was not heartfelt at all. It was manipulation. Exactly. For someone who hates, she sure does everything she does. Right? Exactly, Williams. This is just absolutely insane.
He's gonna save our black boy. He's gonna change the landscape of education for black children in America. If you had your last dollar, you're in there, the room is charged, I guarantee you would give Umar your last dollar.
Okay, so you're now praising him for scamming the fuck out of you? What are you doing, Mary? You're literally, listen to how you say it too.
Black children in America. If you had your last dollar, you're in there, the room is charged, I guarantee you would give Umar your last dollar.
Right, and listen to how you're right, and listen to how she's, listen to how she's saying it. She's saying it with praise, with, oh man, if you only heard Umar Johnson, oh, and it's like, why are you praising this, Mary? You know, FDMG never happened, and hey, bougie. FDMG never happened, and I don't know. She just comes back every month or so, and anyway, but it's like FDMG never happened, And so, and you've known it hasn't happened for years. I mean, this is 2026, and you're talking about an event in 2019. So you, of all people, should know this is never happening. You're admitting to facilitating for an event that never happened. And yet you're talking and praising the fact that he could swindle you out of your last dollar? Where is the... What is wrong with you? I mean, seriously, this is why people call you an agent. This is agent behavior. You're praising a known fraudster, and you're saying that we should be happy that he could swindle people by just saying, "Give me your last dollar, give me your last dollar, and I'll make changes." No, keep your last dollar. If they are your last dollar, that's your lifeline. Money is blood. Your money is your lifeline. You shouldn't be giving it to a bum that's never going to give you shit. Oh boy. Boy. I knew, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I knew even as a kid that there were going to be great changes when we reached the year 2020, and I knew things were going to be crazy when we got to 2026, but I never imagined it would be this crazy. I would never imagine this would be what we'd be dealing with in 2026. I'm truly flabbergasted. Right, to think these kind of humans made it this far without walking into traffic. Exactly, right?
This is our second tab. Now keep in mind, one worked the door, two of us worked the table. Our second tab, any of you who've been to church, y'all know the format. When they're collecting offering, you get the little thing, you collect the money. So
wow, and you're proud of that? You're proud of the fact that you went around walking around the aisle saying, "Hey, give up your money, fellas, give up your money. You know, I know you got something here." You're proud of that? You're proud that you did that? You're insane, lady.
As he made that heartfelt
she really does.
For FDMG, he's like, "My helper from the community is gonna come around. Y'all give. I'm building this school. I need y'all to help me build this school. I know y'all can." He gives you the Jordan, the Harris.
I'm sorry. We got to go back and listen to this a second time.
Plea for FDM. Heartfelt. Plea for FDMG. He's like, "My helper from the community is gonna come around. Y'all give. I'm building this school. I need y'all to help me build this school. I know y'all can." He gives you the Jordan, the hair extension. He just gives them guilt. Like, "Give me your money. I deserve the money because I'm going to save our children." And we go around, we collect the money.
And why are you telling the people that you put a part of this? I don't know about you, and I'm just saying this to be completely 100, and this is just pure logic thinking. If I had ever been a part of some sort of event where because I'll give some people I'll give some of these people, not her, but I'll give some people a lifeline and say, there is a chance that, you could have been swindled by Umar Johnson at the time when you were helping him and you didn't know what was going on. And, you genuinely thought you could help, because Umar did that. Umar did swindle a lot of people that way who genuinely went out to help him and got burned as a result. So there is that leeway I can offer. But my thinking would be, if that happened to me, right, that I actually thought he was a genuine person, I actually was helping him collect money because I genuinely thought that was what we were going to do for FDMG, the last thing I'm going to do is years later praise the fact that I was a part of it. Talk about it as if, yeah, I did a wonderful thing. I helped a scammer and what have you. If anything, the first thing I would do if I was going to tell that story would be give a disclaimer explaining, look, I didn't know what was going on at the time. I thought I was genuinely helping a cause. I'm part of the people who are deceived. But no, Mary, you're presenting yourself as, oh, yeah, he did a wonderful thing. And this was so amazing. And there was no crime. Everyone was having a good time. You're trying to justify the scam. You are an agent. You're an agent now. That is what you practically are. If not in name, then definitely in practice.
That's our second tab. Our third task is we go to the back. Now, let me backtrack. When he comes, he gets a room in the back. We don't go back there with him. We are assigned what to
Williams.
do. So we're doing what we have to do while he's preparing before he come on stage. While he's in the back room, this is where he
Oh,
collects
hold up. This is actually a good part here.
or assign what to do. So we're doing what we have to do while he's preparing before he come on stage. While he's in the back room, this is where he collects his thought. This is where he goes over his notes before he comes out.
Right. She says this, but watch what she says later.
Before those that invite him make this grand introduction, and he comes out and gives the lecture that he's paid for. Now, after we do the FDMG collection, that room that I just explained to you where he regroups before he comes out for the lecture, the three of us go back there with the cash.
But wait, there's a part where she said she's not back there. She said that we're not back there because he goes by himself, but then she describes how he's doing notes and preparing his grand performance and what have you before he goes out there. Then and now she's saying we go back out there. We go back into the back, the same room they said they're not allowed to go back to, where he prepares his things and they have all the money. And look what she's going to say to incriminate herself further.
I have a little bucket. She does, and so does he. We go there. We each sit down, and this is his rule. You count what's in your bucket. He gives you a blank piece of paper. When we get back there, it's there with a pen. You put your name, the amount. You put it in that yellow envelope. I don't want to try to say the name.
So think about that, guys. They're gonna go around selling merchandise to people. Right? These are home in the movie set. Right. But think about this, guys. She literally says to us, yes, we come here without paying nothing. We pay our own way to get here. We act as vendors at first, selling books and T-shirts to people, cataloging what the total amount of what we sold. Then he goes into a back room that we're not supposed to be behind. Even before that, he makes his performance, and we go around like in church saying, hey, give me the money. So if you want to donate to FDMG, come on, give me your last dollar. It's for the kids, people. And then after they're done with that, they're going to go all the way into the back, and they're going to cipher all the money and put them in yellow envelopes and put your name on top of it. What does this all sound like to you? Tell me, guys, what does this all sound like to you? Because to me, not only this is cult shit for sure. This is cult shit, but it's also, this is also complacency. This is what it sounds like. Yeah, exactly, and it's also complacency too. Oh, you can? That's interesting. I never noticed that. But yeah, this is complacency, because you literally got all these people's money, and you not only collected it on this, oh yeah, give it to them for FDMG, and then you're gonna go into the back and you're gonna put all this money in envelopes and whatever, all to give to him. So that's scamish behavior in my book. And I mean, the fact that people had to pay $50 just for you to do that to them, it's insane. Absolutely insane. Why would you admit this? Why? Why would you go out after all this time, knowing how much you're hated on YouTube? Why would you go out and do this? No, I'm just going to take a page from Miss Independent's book. I'm not going to try to make sense out of nonsense. I got to learn to stop doing that.
Them jokes. Each person write their name on the white sheet of paper, write what you counted.
I'm not gonna lie, it made me sleeping too. I didn't even fully watch it. It's so terrible to cook up more lies, right? But DJ, this is the thing, right? Granted, we shouldn't really believe her because we have no evidence. But even if this is true, it makes you look worse. And even more so, she never told Lennon this. She never told us this. She never came up and said, hey, this is one way I was tricked, because she could have spent this. Back when she had good credibility, she could have spent it. She could have argued and said, I was a part of this event. It's true, and what have you. And I did all this, but I did it because I really thought of FDMG. We know that's not true now. We know you're trying to praise him now. But, back when we thought you were a good person, you could have spent that. But no. Now you want to tell damning evidence against you when everybody now is against you. That makes no sense. Oh man, I am so sorry, Miss Independent. Look, we got doctors now. We can get you through this, Miss Independent. You don't have to face the horrors of Awaken alone. We can get you help. She thinks she's loved. She really does. She really does.
Retaliated, and then with the computer calculator, my apology, we add each, my paper, his paper, her paper. We put all three of the paper in a bag that has a zipper, and we neatly put the cash together and zip it, and someone handed it to him. That evening, we counted between the three of us $2,000 facts.
Wait a minute though. Didn't she say that in total it was 8,000 before, when you were selling the t-shirts and all that other stuff? So didn't she say it was like 6,000 or 8,000 back then, and now she's saying it was 2,000? I'm confused. Oh my God, nothing hurts the brain quite like math, because I'm confused, because she said it was 6,000 to 8,000, didn't she, at the beginning, and saying that it was to see how much it was, to see how much it was worth, and now she's saying after counting all that money, it was only 2,000 she can confirm, which I don't believe, by the way.
Altogether, between the merchandise that we sold for him and the collection for FDMG, that's $8,850 cash, and credit card too, because he has this little
credit card. What do you mean credit card? People who were using their credit cards for this? Who uses their credit card at a charity event? That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't believe this. Credit cards? Yeah, she basically did. Yes. Wire fraud. Thank you, Nene. Thank you. Yeah, basically, she's saying it was cash and credit. And I've never heard of a charity event in which you give credit. I mean, I guess it's possible, but I never heard of it. Mail fraud, wire fraud. Yeah, exactly. Wow. She's trying to add layers to it, like a 7-bean dip. Good one, Jay. Wow, this is something else, guys. Gotta be honest with you, this is something else. This is truly something else.
Little thing he gives us, you swipe the credit card. That's how much he made for a 5-hour event. Now,
wait a minute. So I'm confused now. How much was the wire though? Like if there was a wire, if we're talking about wire fraud, how much did they give in credit? She didn't mention that part. If they gave them credit cards on top of the money, wouldn't that actually add twice the amount of what she's claiming? Right? We couldn't make it to harvest season. This doesn't. Umar, come get your side chick. Tell her it's time to pack it up. I know, she's revealing crimes. She's saying too much.
The $6,850, that's fine. He provided merchandise, he got paid for it. He was invited as a guest speaker, he got paid for it. What is Mercury? What gets funny is that $2,000. which accumulate from different events. Now,
Hey, just letting you know, 3257, her own internet is low budgeted. We're talking like while all of us are using SteamYard and whatever, she was using dialed up internet. Not only using an iPhone for her movies, but also using an iPhone to record her own laptop because she didn't know how to use a laptop. So while all of us are on regular internet, she's on dialed up internet. But she couldn't show the transaction. Exactly. There's no evidence because Jay, she literally said at the beginning of this is all, and I quote, a verbal account, meaning we have to just trust that she's saying this stuff and believe it's true, which I don't believe. You know, there's parts of it which could have been true, such as she's literally, it could be true that she was at this event. It could be true that she was taking all these people's monies and counting them all or whatever. That part I'm liable to believe. I'm not saying it's factual, but that's at least believable. And her saying, and when she says things like, "Oh yeah, he tricked these people with gift of gab or blab," as she says, and says, that he got people to give up their last dollar. We know he does that. So those parts are believable. Now, when she's trying to say, "Oh, there was no crime and everyone was having a good time and what have you," now that we got to call bullshit on. This is clearly a crime. This is clearly bad. And you're a dumbass to take pride in the fact that you were in it. She screen recorded YouTube videos, exactly. And it was practically was an Obama phone, I imagine. And she does not have any credibility. But here's the thing, too. Before I start, I just want to add this, too. In these areas in which I'm giving her the possibility of telling the truth, if true, make her look so much worse. It's self-incrimination. Yes. This is much needed. fraud charge, exactly. Oh, man. It is, but, kind of deserving considering how bad she is.
Now, when he was popping, he was doing 4 events per month. And then when he gets on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, whatever platform, hit the Cash App, hit the Cash App, and what's the other one? He had another one. So no one has accountability of the money he collected for FDMG. And the problem, when I say we get to murky water,
nobody has accountability for the money he did. He never spent it for FDMG, Mary. What are you talking about? Nobody has accountability. Well, first of all, you are accountable for it because you're the one saying you helped him commit it. So you do have some accountability. Let's understand that first and foremost. You took part of it. You were complicit in it. You helped facilitate it. You have accountability, ma'am. That much is a fact. But also talking, we don't have accountability of him using for FDMG because he didn't. He spent it on hotels, women, whatever, anything to get for his own pleasure. He didn't sell it he didn't use it for the kids. He didn't use it for his school. If he did it at all, it would just be to buy some equipment to give some superficial look like he was doing something. Why do you think his bank accounts got frozen? Why do you think he had years and years of unpaid debt to the school for an abandoned building, which it's not even registered as a school? And you're trying to say, nobody had any accountability for what happened to the money? No, fuck you. You definitely did. Exactly. She helped him. Oh, my God. No, she is not well at all.
He's been promising this school for a decade now, and this school has not come to fruition. This school, he gave us this wonderful grand announcement. Everything is done. Renovation is finished. He's going for his occupancy certificate. The school will open.
All of that is bullshit. He doesn't have a license in Delaware. I looked this stuff up. In order for him to have a school, he doesn't need just system of occupancy. He doesn't need just that. He needs a business license in the state of Delaware to get it. Guess how many times he applied for it? None. I wonder why. Because there's no school. And then you keep talking about this. So what irritates me the most, right, is she talks about this. Oh, if he just gets his certificate of occupancy, if he just does this to do this, you're talking like you actually know the process and to actually have a private school and to run it, but you're just regurgitating things he said he was trying to get rather than doing your own independent research on what you need to qualify as a private school, which includes a business license that he doesn't have. Ding, 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 it's a scam.
Open the year 2027. Well, I promise you guys, I will be soldier at hand, waiting to see if 2027 will be the year that FDMG open. I hope you like this video.
It's not going to be the year. It's going to open in November, meaning it's never going to happen. My God, Mary.
And if you all saw Awaken and the movie, a lot of people said, Marianne, why did you have that prolonged scene with everybody taking pictures with him? Well, to tell you, I wanted to give you guys a glimpse of his life. It's not his whole life, but a glimpse to understand. After that, it's picture everybody. He has stamina.
What glimpse? I mean, all you did for the last 14 minutes was describe how you were complacent in his crimes, how you gathered up the money as an assistant, how you sold his books for him for a charge, how you did all of this completely for free. That is all you have told us. And telling us he has the gift of blab and letting us know how good of a swindler he is, and how he'll make you feel guilty saving the children or whatever, and that didn't save nobody. That is all you have done so far. Is you praised him for being a scammer. You praised him for everybody supposing having a side hustle and having fun. You downsize the scale of the crime by saying, oh, it's only a little murky, we don't know what he actually did with the money. Oh, we don't actually control where the money goes. No. And you know why you did that? Because you wanted to just avoid accountability. You wanted to say, yeah, I did this, I helped him out, but hey, everyone had a good time. The transactions was legal, therefore it's all good. No, it's not. And you are a dumbass for admitting all this to us. And oh my God, like I will keep ranting and raving if I keep going, because that's how mad this makes me. I will keep ranting and raving with how mad this makes me. Oh boy.
I kid you not. There were about 80 people at the event. 80 people at the event. He took picture with everybody who was willing to stand in line and take a picture with him. And I
don't know. This is a family YouTube, Mary.
They got entertained. They bought merchandise, and a lot of them on their cell phone went with a picture of Umar as souvenir. So I gave you a breakdown how in one single event, factually, he made $8,850.
But he didn't do it alone, Mary. That's the part I don't think you're realizing about your own story. He didn't do it alone. Somebody, ding, 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 you decided, you know what? I feel honored. I'm part of the conscious community. I need to help my daddy Umar, and I need to go all the way across state lines, all the way to Maryland, and organize an event where I'm going to charge people $50 just to get in, just so I can charge them $50 more for a t-shirt, which, by the way, might also be $350. $50 for a book. And then if that's all settled and done, I'm going to go around with a little, what do they call it? The little panhandling and going around and saying, hey, give us your money, gentlemen. Give us your money, gentlemen. This is for the school now. We got to do it for the kids. I know that might be your last dollar. I know you might not have nothing to eat, but hey, we got to do it for the kids. and then you're going to go into a back room, which you're not even supposed to be there according to your narrative, and you're going to siphon up all that money, and you're going to take people's credit cards, and you're going to scatter that money around and put them in these yellow envelopes with your name on it, and then give it to Big Daddy Umar Johnson, and then you're going to say, well, I wipe my hands clean of all this. No, you are complicit. You are an agent. You are a scammer. You are a liar. And you are a dumbass for making up this story that, if true, makes you even worse than you already are.
Okay, and this is considered money under the table. This is money this man ain't probably even paying tax on. What is disturbing
Active participation.
is that $2,000 that he collected for FDMG, and he can't give us a date on when the school would open. He can't give us clarity or transparency on what's going on, where the process for FDMG is. I don't think one.
And you didn't bother asking. Before you went to this event, right? Did you ever and facilitate and participated in the scam? Did you even ask one question? Did you even ask proof that this is actually going to FDMG? No, you didn't. You just said you just tried to say, well, I was honor bound to go and see, and I was honor bound to go and help my icon, and then you're going to go and collect all this money, sell all this merchandise, and do all of this, then put it in envelopes, give it to Umar Johnson, all the while not being told where this is actually going to go, or having any quote unquote accountability, as you said. And you're going to talk about, and now you're going to go right back here and talk, he doesn't tell us where it's going to go. Then why the hell did you even agree to give him the money? If you had any integrity, any brains, you would have said, hey, how do I know this is going to go to FDMG? How do I know I'm going to actually be helping with this? And also, years later, when you realized he was scamming you because he fucked up your movie, you should have come up first with the internet and say, he tricked me into making this. He tricked me into doing this, and it wasn't my fault. But no, you hid this from us, never told anybody about this, which, probably smart in some aspect. And you're now, after everything is shot, after everything is ruined, you're giving us even more reason to hate you. Way to fucking go.
Teacher haven't even been hired. I hope you guys like this video. I hope it was informative. I hope you like the style. When I bring an Umar video, I will pair it with
so basically, yeah, pretty much. I knew that I said this was about her this video is about her making how she makes herself even worse than she was. Once I saw this, I knew I had to cover it, Francisca, because I had to let everybody know, bro, if we really dissect this video and listen to what she's saying, she's going to make herself look even worse than she ever did. Yeah, exactly, without the word integrity. Yeah, but this is why this live stream was important, because if we didn't dissect this video, oh man, think about how, because I mean, even look now, guys. Now that she's done her little comment section, which there's me, by the way, she says, great update. People are actually thinking, thank you for not making four. Oh, wow. I don't know if that was a complicated. Okay, yeah. Now he's actually making sense. But I mean, look at it. Her supporters are coming out. See, the supporters, even though it might be small, right? It's still people that are going out, sharing the video. This is actually, I think, one of her most popular videos yet. And it's only been on for 11 hours. 404 views. And I wanted us to, I think she has kids. I think. But yeah, this is why I wanted to make the video, so that we can expose just how bad her hypocrisy runs, because you know, as Jay said, she had to stop watching it because it was so bad. But that's why we got to look very deeper into this to dissect all the time she's lying, all the time she's making herself look bad. And now look what we did. We showed that she's a compliciter, that she had full knowledge of how much of a scammer Umar Johnson was, longer than ever telling us, um, and it's just even, oh man, it's like whether you're dealing with Lene or you're dealing with, you know, Marianne, you're dealing with people who layer after layer after they tried to say the same thing with Lene and me, and it's like, no, Lene is not my girl. um but you know, as I was saying, like, if we don't, because if we don't dissect this, there's a lot of things that she'll say that'll just get flown by the radar, or her supporters will go around saying, nah, this wasn't as bad as what it was supposed to be. This was supposed to be just, you know, this is taken out of context. No, we need to keep this on record, because people like Lene and Marianne, they will say shit and then they will delete shit, and then they'll try to control the narrative to erase their things. So that's why it's important to keep track of what she does. But you know what I find so interesting? If we go back to literally a month ago, well, actually, let's go back right here.
Good afternoon.
Shut up, Mary. If we go back here to literally just 1 month ago, what's she doing here?
In here, you'll be able to see the bar. And
what's she doing here? Let's get to the part where she's talking about her little summer camp. Yeah, summer camp. I think it's right here.
So it's like not tall, just a short little wine cooler.
No,
it's very stylish.
Where is that summer camp part?
Over there. So, and I'm excited. I can't wait for the finished product.
Where's the summer camp part?
And
hold on, guys. I'm getting to the summer camp part.
Till I have the wine party. So you'll be able to see.
Wait. Okay, no, not that one. I'm trying to get to the part where she talks about her little summer camp adventure. Maybe it's right around, because there's a part where she even shows the t-shirts.
Extra.
On the
when you're in how you can make a difference into a child's
beginning.
So that's my summer project. And also in July, I'm doing the show and tell tour. So that's further. I wanted to show you guys
all the fancy schmancy.
Okay. Let's get to the part where
getting
trying to get to it, guys. Give me a minute. There's just so much to actually go through. Oh, here we go.
I created the meal.
Here we go.
I got all their little t-shirt for them. She's doing the printing tomorrow. Got their little bracelet, and even though she's providing the food, I created the meal. We do want to give something nutritional. And another thing is,
hey, Gabe,
in the summer, inner city kids, you know, not going to school where they're normally receiving a free lunch, or they're not.
See, this was just a month ago, and she's talking about creating a summer camp and how actually, no, this was 2 months ago. My bad. 2 months ago. And she's creating a summer camp, and I was wrong. This is actually one of her, because earlier I said that was one of her most. Actually, this one was the most, I think, 846 views. I was wrong. But she's making all these claims of a summer camp and showing us T-shirts and what have you. And this was in June 15th. June 15th. And now it's June. Now it's 11 hours ago. So August 15th. And where are we? Where are we at? Where's the? What is she? Is she even talking about a summer camp anymore? No, she's not talking about no summer camp no more. She's not talking about her wine cellar no more. She just her nobody cared about the summer camp, so she just moved on to the next one. Testicles. Oh wow. But yeah, so this is now getting back to that part. This is what I don't understand.
In
Is like
here,
how do
you'll be
you
able to see.
go around with
So you
these?
guys
Hold on.
So because I'm
How do you go around back to the t-shirt part? Yeah.
We'll
Look at
get
this.
a gold t-shirt. Each here, let me show you guys. So show you guys. So each of the girls, show it small, will get a gold t-shirt. And each of the boys will get like a green t-shirt. I got different size. So I
That's blue, by the way, not green, but okay.
got the size according to each child. So altogether we have 25 here. And then I got
She did all of that. Oh, Gabe, I'll pay. So she does all this. She comes back after being, goddamn, after a long time. She comes back and she starts about this summer camp bullcrap. And in fact, somebody even made a comment saying that she liked and hyped the video. That they hyped and liked the video. There's me right there again trying to tell them that there's a scam. And she's like, thank you, I support. And she said in this live stream that she was going to be doing it this summer and talking about Lunchables and all this stuff or whatever. And then the next time we don't hear from her for 2 months straight, it's back to this. Umar Johnson Capitol Highlights sold out event. Make this make sense to me, guys. That's exactly what I said, Francesca. Exactly what I said. I said it like summer is over, practically. Still hasn't happened with Patreon. Oh, good question. Do you ever see that person named Smart? No, I haven't. But I'm not the right person to probably fail the inspection. Yeah, probably, because like what inspection is she ever gonna have? And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a little bit of research in a second to figure out the truth on this event that she's talking about. I'm double checking on her claim because I'm not satisfied with a verbal story. So let's talk about this. I'm gonna copy. Let's inspect this. Did it happen? Oh, wait, what? Wait a minute, hold up. Wait, no. So, wait, I'm confused. Let me make sure the AI isn't. So one quick thing, guys, before I show you what it says. I'm going to tell you guys something. I want to show you guys something. And, This is interesting because I actually tried to look it up. Now let me see. Let me just take that off here. Stop the share screen real quick. Now, this is what it started with. It started with me copying her thing about Umar Johnson, Capitol Heights, Maryland, at that area, and I asked if it happened, and officially it was saying no, not involved in anything that happened in Capitol Heights. I don't know why it said that, so I made sure to double check. Umar Johnson, Capitol Heights, Maryland, over there, sold out event. Did it happen? No. There is no record of Umar Johnson hosting a sold out event in Capitol Heights in Maryland on May 3rd, 2019. This viral rumor appears to be an algorithmic glitch or a mix up on social media that cross references completely unrelated data points from that specific time frame. It says that the timeline: Umar Johnson officially acquired the property in early 2019. Around May, he was heavily trending online as critics and supporters intensely debated his fundraising, which frequently generated false rumors about his sudden emergency events or closures. Location confusion. As previously noted, public records from the region highlight an unrelated tragedy, etc., etc. And it said, while Umar Johnson frequently holds sold-out events across the country, he did not have an official documented appearance on Capitol Heights on that specific date. And then I said, so to confirm, I said, so there was no event involving him at this time? And it said, correct. There was no sold-out event involving Umar Johnson, Maryland at this time. Public records and itineraries and news confirm he did not hold any speaking engagements, town halls, or public events around or on specific May 3rd on that entire premise. The entire premise is an online rumor. Damn. So, guys, what this tells us is that we just watched a whole 14-minute video of him talking about, of her giving a verbal account for a verbal account of this whole ordeal, and Umar Johnson wasn't even there. The event is a rumor. And she was giving us all this information that made her look like such an evil harlot, and it wasn't even real. According to my data, which, hey, I'm more than happy for my data to be disproven, because I'm not saying that, there aren't any flaws with AI or anything, but when I looked it up to find out if Umar Johnson, when I looked it up right now, as you guys can see on record, when I looked it up and double checked to see if there was such an event, my results say it never happened. Wow. Yeah, those are old pictures of Umar. So Marianne lied again. Now, I wasn't taking it as seriously. I was just going based on the premises of, well, if this is true, how it made her look. But now that I've researched it and there's no sold out event, she lied about the entire thing. Wow. Marianne is full of bullshit. Type it in the chat, everybody. Marianne is full of bullshit. Just wow. 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 Yep. Shout out to Trip C. Actually, that's the thing. I haven't seen Trip C in a long time. I have not seen Trip C in a long time. I hope she's doing well. But I haven't seen her in a long time. Wow, guys, I'm honestly stunned. Honestly. Does anybody know what happened to Trip C, by the way? Because does anybody know what happened to Trip C? Because I never okay. So I haven't seen her in a good long while. Well, this is since I feel bad for you guys having to deal with since I feel bad about Marianne having to deal with Marianne's bullshit for that full hour. You know what I think I'm also going to do? I'm also going to cover a psychic medium that I've been wanting to do a video of for quite a while. But before we even do that, let's go visit a good old Hebrew Israelite, a GMS Hebrew Israelite supporter. Because there was this one that I was gonna do a video about, but I just never got around to it. So just let me find that video real quick. And he was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, he was pretty funny as a Hebrew Israelite. He was kind of okay, yeah. Okay, here it comes. There he is. So let me just let me just work my magic here. Yep, here we go. Now let me just stop sharing real quick. I'm gonna give you guys another good video to watch.
Hey, shalom, shalom. In this broadcast, we always start off by praising the Most High. I'm going to go into a prayer. If you want to pray with me, let's pray.
Pray over what? For what reason? Like, you're assuming everybody is a Hebrew watching as a Hebrew Israelite, but YouTube is a bit more diverse than that, my friend.
Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai, Bahashem, Rekah, Kodash, Babakusha, 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 Babakusha.
Listen to that. Yanma Hama Hu Yahai Bosha Hasha Hasha Hosha. How is that a prayer? I know, Miss Independent. How is that even a prayer? Like, that's not even English. That's not even anything we can understand. We don't even know what you're praying to, about, or anything of that nature.
Shammai, Tapalitaya, Aita, Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai, Barakata Yahweh, Barakata Yahweh Shai, Barakata Yahweh, Barakata Yahweh Shai, Barakata Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai, Bahashem, Rakakudash, Kala,
I know, right?
Allahayanawa, Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai, Bahashem, Rakakudash.
Shakadawa Wing Wong. We don't know or care what you're saying right now.
Bless you, Yahweh. Bless you, Yahweh Shai. Bless you, Rakakwadash. First off, I want to give all praises on.
Why not just say that in the beginning instead of all that word salad?
Honor and glory unto Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai, Bahashem, Rakakwadash. Double
Right?
honors to the elder apostles of Great Millstone and Ruel, who taught us this truth, and peace and salutations to the hopeful elect, scattered abroad, learning as well as teaching this.
And you know what's so funny is he talked about prayer and he made up all that shema wawa haka laka laka, but in reality, he was just praising his cult leaders. That's all he was doing. All that lingo was just to make him sound sophisticated and sound like he's part of some ancient religion, but in reality, he's just praising his GMS masters.
Beautiful truth I say unto you, shalom. So today, we're going to get into a quick Bible study. Before I start, I go by the name of Tahar, which Tahar means pure. Amawan Gabar. Tahar Amawan Gabar is my Hebrew name.
Bruh, get to the point. Get to the point. This is why these GMS people don't ever have any subscribers, or, well, they got some subscribers, but I mean, they don't have, a whole lot of popularity, because every video, like clockwork, it's always, shalalam, wiggalang, praise to the gemstone, millstones, and it's like, dude, just say what you want to say, get it over with.
Amawan means faith, and Gabar means warrior. So Amawan Gabar is my Hebrew name that I go by.
You're not a warrior, bro. You are not a warrior. You are a cult member. You might be a very devout cult member. Hell, in time you might become an elder in your cultist religion. But you're no warrior. You're not fighting on no front lines. You haven't served in the service, presumably. So you're no warrior.
We're going to talk today about King David. Was King David from the tribe of Judah or Ephraim? You know, the Bible says that he's from the tribe of Ephraim. And we know that.
Why is he looking at us like that? Like, look how he looks at the camera. Look how he looks at the camera. Like, he looks at you like he's camera shy, and it's like, dude, you have the camera in front of you. How are you nervous?
Like my lineage, I'm Puerto Rican, and I did took a DNA test, and my lineage goes back to.
So people don't learn it's a cult. Exactly. It sounds cultish because it is. The GMS Hebrew Israelites or Great Millstone are very cultish.
To Judah, you know, I'm Gehenian by my grandfather's side, so it makes sense that that King David comes from the lineage of Judah, who is an Ephraimite, and I want to.
Well, it doesn't really make sense, honestly, because you can't prove that, you can't prove any of this, because this is all based on theology, meaning this is what you were read and told, not what you actually experienced or otherwise know for a fact happened.
Make this video and get some scriptures out so that way people would know. I got some good scriptures that I've been studying. You know, the Bible says, "Study to show thyself approved." You know, and I want to get these scriptures out. You know, the Most High put in my spirit to make this video.
The Most High put in his spirit to make the video. What does that even mean? When did your God learn about modern technology? When did he tell you, I already forgot his name because it's that irrelevant. Make this video and go around for all to listen to. When did your God tell you to do that?
And let's get into it. You know, all praises. Okay, so I'm gonna start off in the book of 1 Samuel.
And you know what's even sadder? If you actually paid attention, the GMS Hebrew Israelite Bible is literally based on the King James Version, which was literally by white people. So for all their hating of white people because they claim that we're Edomites, which, by the way, nobody but the Hebrew Israelites claim that, they're literally basing it off of they literally created a Bible off of literature that white people made. Right, exactly, Miss Independent. Dude is taking a long time just to get to one scripture. He's trying to find scripture. Apparently he didn't study before he decided to get on live, so he's trying to recite his regurgitated information. His memory card drive failed. please note that if you're going to come online and say that you're going to give he is a rookie. If you're going to come online and say, I'm going to give you guys some lessons or some scriptures, at the very least, make sure that you actually have the material written down somewhere or memorized before you do this. Not ready for class. Oh, well, look on the bright side, man. At least you got out of it. At least you got out of it. That's the important thing. Don't mourn your past. Praise your present. You're welcome, Nene. You're welcome. Happy to do it. Oh, man. Well, hey, remember, like I said, praise. He doesn't. Praise your present self. Don't mourn your past, because it took your past to become your present. So actually take pride that you're not like that anymore. Oh my God. Who takes this long just to cite a scripture?
Okay,
Hell, I don't even believe in God, and I'll tell you a scripture right now. Thou shalt smite the wicked. Okay, done. Simple.
1 Samuel.
Are you serious? He took all that time to finally say something, and then he says 1 Samuel, and then he forgot what he was going to say. You've got to be kidding me. You cannot be serious. Bro, even your cult leaders should be upset now. This is rookie of the rookies. Rookies of the rookies. I just came up with that. This is his first time seeing it, right? Plan the lesson before you split play. Exactly, guys. Exactly.
Salakia, give me a minute, guys.
Bro, we've been giving you 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and the first words we heard out of you was a fraction of a verse, and now you're lost. Bro, you're wasting valuable screen time.
Okay, 1 Samuel chapter 17 and verse 12. Now David was the son of that Ephraimite of Bethlehem, Judah, whose name was Jesse, and he had 8 sons, and the man went among men.
Okay, so you're finally saying it, but why would we care about any of this?
For an old man
Right.
in the days of Saul.
He's got a turbine as if he's Muslim, but he's Hebrew Israelite instead. A few hours later, right?
I also want to get the book of Ruth.
That was one verse. And now after spending 10 minutes just trying to find that one verse, you want to move on to a different book? Are you kidding me? Bro, you are a rookie of the rookies. There's never been a rookie like you. Williams. Come on, dude.
Ruth chapter 4 and verse.
He is literally reading it just to say something. He did not memorize any of his material.
Verse 18 down to 22. Now these are the generations of Phares. Phares begot.
The dude can barely read. On top of him taking forever, he can barely read. This is sad.
Hezron, and Hezron begot Ram, and Ram begot Aminadab, and Aminadab begot Nasan, and Nasan begot Salmon, and Salmon begot
Bro, I hope you realize as you're reciting this, you're just regurgitating, meaning you don't actually know what any of this means.
Boaz, and Boaz begot Obed, and Obed begot Jesse, and Jesse begot David. So we know that Jesse begot David, which means that King David's father was Jesse. And now, if you were to go back, what do you call it, to First Samuel.
You guys are killing it in the chat. Speed this up. This is taking too long. Speed this up.
First Samuel 17. I'm gonna read it again. Now David
Oh, good God. Don't read it again, please.
was the son of that Ephraimite of Bethlehem, Judah, whose name was Jesse, and he had 8 sons. And the man went among men for an old man in the days of Saul. So we know that King David comes from the bloodline of Judah, but he is an Ephraimite. Just the way I took my lineage, my DNA test, and it led that I was Ghanaian, because Puerto Rican.
No, it didn't. There is no DNA test that supports the goddamn Hebrew Israelite nonsense. No such test agrees with you.
What do you call it? The tribe of Loíza, Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, Loíza, the people of Loíza are African American, and my lineage goes back to Ghana, Ghanaian. I'm Ghanaian on my grandfather's side, on my my dad's side. And one of the 3 main tribes that came to the to Puerto Rico and the Atlantic slave trade in Puerto Rico was Ghanaian, Yorubian, and Nigerian. So I come from the Ghanaian side. But those are the 3 main tribes that landed in Puerto Rico around the 15th, 16th century. And I am an Ephraimite. I am an Ephraimite like King David. King David was an Ephraimite. My lineage.
No, you are a dumbamite from the tribe of dumbass. That's what you are. You don't know what your information is. You don't know what you're actually talking about. You're making up crap as you go along, and you're fibbing about some DNA tests that didn't. It might have proved you had an answer. You might have proved that you have, maybe blood relations from Puerto Rico. You might be part Puerto Rican. That much could be true, but it doesn't prove you're a part of no tribe.
Goes back to King David. I also want to get the book of Genesis.
Exactly. These GMS dumbasses never.
I also want to say that Judah can represent Ephraim as well, because Ephraim, it comes from the bloodline of Judah, and Judah,
Judah, what do you call it? So you're making this shit up as you go along.
Represent Ephraim. You know what I'm saying? Because they're both the same, the same tribe, the same people, the same fathers. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I did.
In the book of Genesis,
I did. I tried.
In verse 12, and the son of Judah, and Oned, and Shelah, and Perez. There goes Perez. We just read about Perez, being of that tribe, and it says
of that tribe of what you know nothing about, because you're a rookie and you just started this and you didn't even plan what to do when you started this video. They are hurting bad. They'll accept anyone at this point. They'd be like, hey, you lunch lady, you want to become part of tribe? Come, be part of tribe. We got purple uniforms and everything.
I'm gonna read the top again. It says, and the sons of Judah, and On and Shelah and Perez and Zara,
I'm speeding this up even more. This is taking...
and On
I'm speeding this up
died
even
in the
more.
land of Canaan, and the sons of Perez were Hezron and Hamiel. So we know that if we were to go back, who is Perez? Let's find out who Perez
It
is.
really would have, Williams. It really would have. And now we go through a long montage of him having nothing to do because he doesn't even know his paperwork. Look at this. Just look at it. Just look at this. Look how sad and boring it is. They've got nothing. Wow. Wow. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Look at him. Good God, I'm speeding this up even further.
Salakia, Genesis 46 and verse 12. And the son of Judah, and Onan, and Shelah, and Perez. So we know that Perez is one of the sons of Judah and Zerah. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Perez were Hezron and
There is no point to him doing any of that. He's just saying all that stuff to have as filler for something because he doesn't have anything. There's nothing going on in that noodle he calls a head, so he's just doing what he was programmed to do. That's all he's doing. This is what cults do. They program members, they brainwash them. They say, you don't need to think. We got what to think for you. Now get on that YouTube video and get to work.
Hamiel. So when you go back to First Sam, I think it's First Sam.
Let's move this along because I'm
And Hezron begot Ram, Obed, and I'm saying that Judah is Ephraim. That's why, like my lineage, like I said, my lineage goes back to Ghana, and what do you call it, Gahanian, and Gahanian is the tribe of Judah. And I was born in Puerto Rico. I am an Ephraimite. That way, there's no confusion there. Understand that yes, David came from the tribe of Judah, who is Ephraim, because Ephraim goes back to the lineage of Judah. You see what I'm saying?
He's
Ephraim goes back to the lineage of Judah. That's what it showed in my bloodline, which makes sense. It makes sense. You see what I'm saying? That's what I wanted to bring out. And I also want to bring out Isaiah 11 and verse 13. Areas of Judah. I understand that we both got hands. I understand we both like to fight. I've seen Ephraim knock out Judah, and I've seen Judah knock out Ephraim in the streets. You know, we bring the party to the hood. You know what I'm saying? And but we got to stop that. You know, we're coming back into the truth. So if you're seeing this, for a Puerto Rican, you know what I'm saying? When next time you see an American Negro, tell him Shalom, peace be with you. You know, and bless him. You know, be friends with him. The same thing with Judah, the American Negro. If you see a Puerto Rican out there, hey man, tell him Shalom and bless him. You know, because you guys are the same people. You guys come from the same fathers. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted to bring that out there. And what do you call it? Bless each other, be good to each other, tribes. You know. And Israel is you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native American. Israel is Jacob, and Jacob's name got changed to Israel. And Israel had 12 sons. Jacob had 12 sons. His name got changed to Israel in the book of Genesis. And Israel had 12 sons. Those 12 sons became the nation of Israel. And I wanted to bring this out so that way people would know there would not be no confusion. You know, so you would understand that it's King David from the tribe of Judah, from the tribe of Ephraim. You know, it's like I said, the Puerto Rican comes from both tribes. You know what I'm saying? We are both tribes. And King David was an Ephraimite, you know, who comes from the lineage of Judah. You know what I'm saying? And I wanted to bring that out today so that way you people could be edified, the elect can be edified, you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native American can be edified, and that way you can know the truth. This is a quick Bible study before
remember, people, it's to be edified, not educated, edified.
Cut off the camera. I just want to give all praise. I want to give all praises, honor, and glory unto Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai, Bahashem, Rekak, Wadash. Double honors to the elder apostles of Great Millstone who taught us this truth, and peace and salutations to the hopeful elect scattered abroad, learning as well as teaching this beautiful truth. I say unto you, Shalom.
There was no truth. There was no freaking truth. No, so wow. or 12 tribes of Israel, whatever that means. But yeah, there was no truth there. He literally spent most of the video not knowing what he was doing, not knowing what he was even supposed to be reading. And then he just spouted out words he didn't truly know, phrases he didn't really look up, all just to say, give this spiel about, we need to stop fighting each other and yada, yada, yada. That was it. Okay, now that was taken care of, I want to actually go to this one. It was called Coffee with Craig. And he's a medium supposedly, but he's supposedly a medium. Craig, how do you spell Craig? Craig, yeah, Coffee with Craig, because there was a live stream that I saw there. This guy, and let me just say, he's this dude is like, listen to this. This is one he did just 2 days ago.
Well, here we are again. We're live. Hi, everybody, and welcome to what I think will prove to be a very interesting show today, because there's a lot of interesting new stuff coming up on this show. And also a look over some of the things that are coming up between now in 2026 when we're doing this. I couldn't remember the date for a minute. 2026 and up to at least 2030, and perhaps a little bit beyond that, because I'm pulling together a few things to see if we can sort of build a map for the future. And I've had some remarkable new information come in from India. You know that I'm very into the.
So my first question is, why, if you're this psychic and you can do, prophecies and all these other things, why do you need other people to give you information? If you have all this ability, I can see into the future, I can do readings. Why do you need anyone to give you information? Why do you even need a show? You would have all the knowledge, wouldn't you?
These oracles from thousands of years ago that are just beginning to surface now. So a couple have surfaced recently in some readings that some friends had and some people from the internet. So I'll tell you all about that in a minute. And of course, this is a live show, so it means you can ask your questions. So, those of you coming in now and through the show, please do put some questions into the comments.
Speed this along.
Welcome to Coffee.
Yeah, Coffee with Craig. Yeah.
We're sweating here under the heat in the studio. And
exactly.
If you're here for the first time, please.
Exactly. He's a medium. He's predictions. He's making prophecies, but he gets information from other people. Remember that.
Do give us a follow, because if you follow us, and particularly if you click the notification bell, you'll get updates on some of the predictions that are made on this show, and you can see what we get.
Oh, right. Because, sucking these nuts. So, right. So, you know what? That's right, guys. Because he's a psychic and he's all knowing and he has all these predictions and prophecies, you need to subscribe to him so that you actually get updates on his prophecies. You never know. There might be a prophecy letting you know when you win the lottery, but if you don't subscribe to him, you'll never hear it because he won't update you. That's not scamish at all, huh?
And what we right and what we get wrong. Give us a thumbs up if you can, if you've been here the millionth time, because that helps the algorithm. And of course, also hit that new hype button if you have it, because that gets the message out to many people. Now, today on the show, we're going to be looking at some...
I get it that it's 2026 and who can really be on this place without internet. I completely get that. And I'm not knocking him for wanting to get an audience, but at the same time, it's like, the fact that you're trying to claim you have all these supernatural abilities and, I can predict future, I can do palm reading, I can do all of these amazing things, but you're out here selling books, you're out here being an author, you're out here getting on news headlines, and you're out here sitting here and telling everyone, come on, subscribe, help the algorithm. That kind of tells me you're motivated more by money and material wealth than any supposed spiritual enlightenment.
Interesting new things. Like I said, it's a live show, so you can be getting your questions ready now if there's anything you particularly want to ask about, or if you want to go off on a different tangent to what the show's all about.
Eyebrows.
But as usual, I have a little bit of a chat with you at the beginning while the questions are coming in. and give you some insights into.
He does look like a cult leader. I'm not gonna lie. He does look like he has that. He does he's the type of guy you'd see doing sacrifices in the woods. He does look like that type of dude.
New stuff, and today I'm going to be talking about some of the. I've talked to you here about what we call the Nadi oracles in India, and there's some interesting predictions coming from that. I'll explain that briefly to you in a moment. Those that haven't come across it.
He looks like he hasn't slept. Does he look like he hasn't slept, guys? To me, it looks like he hasn't slept.
But it's indicating some new stuff has just come into my possession this week, which I find very interesting. That does give us some interesting insights and possible confirmations. And we've been getting messages coming in about an unexpected war. And I would like you guys to kind of help me suss it out. What do you think this...
Wait, we need to help. Wait. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. He just said, I need you guys to help me suss it out. So you're the psychic. You have all this third sense, this third eye. And I need to give you information to help you suss out a supposed war that's gonna either happening or going to be happening. I'm confused. I thought psychics had all the answers. I thought they, read into tapped into their spiritual realm, and now he wants to run the game on us like he figured out how to use Google. Williams, you're the best, man. You're the best. And he wants to run the game like we don't know already. Exactly, because he's literally telling his audience right here and now, help me suss it out. That means you want us to help you with your guessing game. He wants us to help us with his guessing game before he makes any predictions. Before he makes predictions, what do you guys think? What do we know that called? What is that called? When somebody says, I have all the information, but first tell me what you think. What do we call that, guys?
Means, and if we can sort of dig a bit deeper into these things and see if we can read a thread in it to maybe pin down some dates with these things.
So he wants us to help him put down some dates. He wants us to help him figure out when a date will happen so he can say, aha, that's the date it'll happen. How does he know that? Because we gave him the date.
So stay with me because I've got some quite interesting and startling information to share with you today. We could perhaps now have a bit of a clearer picture what's going to be happening from now up until about 2030 and beyond. So I think this is quite an important video in many ways. Right. Okay. Well, as I say, welcome to the show. So
he wasted 4 minutes and he still hasn't started his show.
Before we look at these new revelations, there's a couple of things I want to also share with you. I want to point out a couple of predictions from the previous episodes that have just come true. It was you remember I saw that business about the bunker idea. I was talking about that. I saw Donald Trump and many of the government members in a bunker. And I was saying it was sort of like a bunker mentality and they were hiding away. Newspapers all picked up on it, which I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but it went.
So wait, let me see this. You went out on a video and you told everyone that you envisioned Donald Trump being in a bunker. On a video, news networks picked it up, and now suddenly you believe it's true. It's almost as if you made up that rumor saying that in your head, that you saw it in your mind's eye. And then when people took your reputation and said, well, this is a known psychic, he's saying it happened, it must be true, and are now making articles saying that it's true, you influenced it to become true. That's how it seems to me.
A bit viral on the internet because I described a dream I had where I saw people in this bunker, didn't I? And as Trump and his team were sheltering inside this place.
The news.
Well,
Congrats.
lo and behold, this week we see in the press that they were all sheltering in a delivery van, weren't they? And being moved from the aircraft in a delivery van, because I was saying that there was a high likelihood that there was going to be a hit against Trump at that time. Well,
a delivery van. So wait a minute, I'm confused. I thought the prediction is they'll be in a bunker. Now you're saying he was just taken in a delivery van. That's not the same thing as a bunker, sir.
It certainly was, and Trump was quite blasé about it. Bring it on, he was more or less saying to people, but they had to escape from the aircraft in this thing that it looked just like my dream. When I looked at it, I thought, yeah, if you were stuck inside.
Of course it looked like your dream, because can any of us poke around in your head and see the image of what you saw in your dream? No, but you can sure it's called transportation exactly, but we can and probably will see. But what we do know you can do is you can look at the news and say, yep, that's what I saw in my dream, and you should believe me because I have been right about predictions before. He's talking about them putting Trump in the food in the food cart.
The van cramped in, it would feel like you're in a bunker, wouldn't it? So I thought that was quite interesting.
It doesn't matter if it feels like it would be in a bunker. What matters is you said he would be in a bunker, and according to your statement, it hasn't happened. The closest we've gotten was they put him in a van to drive away from a supposed threat, and that's it. There was no bunker, sir. So your prediction was false.
And I said he was in imminent danger, and obviously he was in imminent danger, as I described. So that's interesting, isn't it? I think.
But you didn't. But no. But that doesn't work. If your whole prophecy is he's going to be in immediate danger, and therefore we're going to see him in a bunker, that's entirely different from, well, they were worried about his safety, so they put him in a van of some kind. That's not the same thing as he was in a bunker, sir. Unless you can produce that he actually went to a bunker after this, you can't say for a fact that your prediction was right, because it wasn't.
That's quite interesting, that one that came true. And do you remember also that I said that there would be a huge scandal in FIFA? I said,
Williams. So because Donald Trump was traveling and leaving an aircraft and getting into a van, you're psychic, sir. Have a Snickers, delete this, and try again. Oh, man. The bunker is called an airport. Williams, man, you're the best.
This before the World Cup, I said there was going to be another massive, great scandal, because we had one way back. And I said that some months ago now, and before the World Cup, and that all seems to be happening at the moment, doesn't it? With all this horrors about selling out the World Cup, and let's turn sport into the most finance thing we can possibly turn it into. Let's forget it.
What do you mean turn it into? Sports have always been lucrative. When did anybody create an international sports organization and didn't get money? Hell, when did anyone create a sports league and didn't get money? You know, that's not turning sports into profit is nothing new. And yeah, you're trying to say they're turning it into that. That has always been the case, sir. Professional athletes have always gotten millions for their participation. So I don't understand your logic right there. That made no sense. Now there are some good astrologers on YouTube who are really accurate. It's really scary, right?
About sport and make it into money. So, all right, that's all in the news at the moment. All right. So now I want to come back to this idea that I talk about, these revelations that have come in from India recently to me again. So let's look at some of these separate warnings.
Well, wait a minute. You said, now you're saying, earlier you said that you got information from India. Now you're saying what?
Come in from India recently. That I talk about, these revelations that have come in from India recently.
Now they're revelations. Before it was information. Now it's revelations. You're changing your words up, my friend.
To me again. So let's look at some of these separate warnings that have been coming in, because what's been happening is different people.
This just in, folks. They're going to make Michael Jackson movie. I seen it in a dream and it came out on commercial, and all believe in my abilities. Exactly, Williams, exactly. This is ridiculous. I agree.
people have brought me warnings from the Nadi leafs about future wars. And some of them actually use the word leafs about future
Wait, what?
brought me warnings from the Nadi leafs about.
So you just showed us that you're making these predictions based on what people commented to you, not what you actually learned in the spirit plane, but from what people on this physical earth have said to you, and you use that to boost your guessing game.
About future wars. And some of them actually use the word an unexpected war. Now, I need to explain to you basically what the Nadis are in a minute, but for those of
Bodies, okay.
you that have been following the channel, you know, we've been talking about some of this information on the show, and it seems to be particularly worrying between 2028 and 2029. And much of this corresponds with many of the predictions I've been making independently of this. So I've already made.
Oh, it's independent of you now. You literally. So let's see if we track this. You literally started out by telling your audience that you need their help to suss out the supposed information that you got from India, which you then changed it to Revelations. You then gave us a failed prediction that you tried to say was real, and now you're admitting that these Nordians, or whatever you want to call them, who have basically been commenting on your YouTube channel, and you've been basing your predictions on them. Now you're saying that you're completely independent from these influences. Bullshit.
Many predictions on this channel, and about wars and things, about major calamities ahead, about food shortages ahead, about the political chaos ahead, and possibly, disruption surrounding the American presidential election. There's a bit of a mystery to some of this too, because some of the dates that are coming out of the Indian Nadis don't match up. And that makes me puzzled, because, you know, is there something about the nature of the way these things work that could suggest that maybe. So
even your bullshit low-key informers are not being very accurate, is what you're saying.
These things are going to happen. Maybe them brushing them aside, we can think that maybe there's some more important clues in here, and perhaps we can put the pieces together, and perhaps we can even change destiny, because
Wait a minute. How? Okay, first of all, the fact you need other people to help you shows that your psychic bullshit is a fraud. The fact you need people to give you bits and pieces just so you can formulate your own supposed independent prediction is bad. Now you're trying to convince us that if we help you piece together this incoherent information, you're going to change destiny? First of all, that's not even a proven concept. Destiny would mean that everything is predetermined, which means no matter what choice you do, it's going to happen anyway. And for you to say, oh, maybe we can change that, you have to prove that it's predetermined first before you can talk about, oh, let's change what's supposed to happen.
These things are not necessarily destined. They're the potential, the heavy potential, the high potential.
Yeah, Williams, you look like you order hamburgers and ask for cheese like cheeseburgers don't exist, right?
It's in the air at the moment. So, okay, now I'll briefly explain what the Nadis are, because there's lots of new people coming to the channel all the time. A lot of
you're equivalent to Dora the Explorer asking people if they see a red barn, which he's clearly standing in front of.
If you aren't subscribed, so make sure you're subscribed. But you know, when you come to the channel,
and now he goes back to giving us all this bullshit of subscriptions. Subscribe, guys, subscribe. Feed my power. Feed my psychic abilities. Subscribe. Give me messages. Tell me exactly what I need to do to get you to believe in me. Oh, bullshit. It's hogwash, like Miss Independent said.
You'll keep getting, we quite often go back to some of these ideas. Now, these Nadi palm leaf oracles are a system of prophecy traditionally attributed to enlightened sages. They also call them rishis or siddhas, and these were living thousands of years ago. And according to the tradition, these sages foresaw the lives of certain people who would come and seek the leaves.
They're dead, though. So if these sages are dead, how are they going to help you?
In the future, something that I did life-changing,
Good
mind-boggling.
question. Good question. He has about 243K subscribers, so not that many, honestly.
I've introduced thousands of you through this channel directly through my contacts to Nardi readers, and
yeah, it is actually. If you look at it, it is. He gets his information from fortune cookies. Exactly, Williams. Exactly.
a lot of you have been getting mind-boggling information from these leaves. There's true ones out there. There's false ones we got to be careful of.
And let me guess, in order to get the true information from the leaves, I've got to smoke it, don't I? And they're going to say, you want true enlightenment, brother. Open up your mind, brother. Rock the ganj, brother. No, thank you.
As well out there, but a Nardi reading at its best can contain remarkable specific details about a person's personal life, the family, your work, your health, your spiritual path, future events, all sorts of things.
Well, Francisca, as I pointed out, he's got 243K subscribers.
And normally these readings, which again, they were written 5,000 years ago on these eight.
It is, Williams, you are absolutely right about that. Let me tell you guys something. I've never been afraid to call someone an idiot or to confront them when I felt like they were lying. But one thing I will never do is if I see a crowd of people, like hundreds, thousands, hell, even 30, I'm not saying a damn thing in public because, one individual idiot can be dangerous. A dozen is a death sentence. If you are one and they are 30, bro, walk away. You are not going to win that fight. It don't matter how right you are. It don't matter what you say. That crowd will beat your ass. Just go the fuck away. So you are absolutely right when you say that's a dangerous thing. Mob mentality is the one thing I will, without shame, say. Just take the biggest step back. Mob mentality is the one thing I will say scares the living piss out of me. I am not going to lie to you guys. I am scared of mob mentality. Good grief. I'm sad that so many people listen to this stuff. Me too. Just take the biggest step back. Exactly. Walk away.
On these palm leaves, like sticks of papery type leaf thing, and rewritten every 200 odd years. The ones we've had carbon dated are 200 years old, but they
I don't understand. Wait, rewritten after 200 years? You do know that means, oh my God, bro, you're admitting that even this information that you're claiming is from sages of the past that predicted things, that shit changes every 200 years. So according to that logic, the information changes from hand to hand, meaning it's unreliable at best.
Write them every 200 years. And they say they stretch back thousands of years. They would see in your future and my future thousands of years ago and would know the exact moment we would come and look at the leaves. It's mind-boggling.
No, it's mind bullshitting. There is no leaf telling anybody about who I am, my future, my social security number, or anything of that nature. There is no leaf telling me that. And there is no leaf saying, on this day, Mr. Judge is going to come and look at this leaf after he disbelieved us after 30 decades of life, which I'm not 30 yet, but I'm just saying, I'm 28 right now, but still, I'm just saying, he's the Avatar the Last. Oh, Williams, you're killing me, bro.
But normally the reading concerns an individual, right? They tell you about your life, what's happening, give you remedies to kind of see your way through and deal with the difficult karma that it brings. But occasionally, something will flash up in it that gives us a flash of the future of the world, because it will tell you something about this will be happening when you do this at this time. A war will break out as you're moving house or something like that. It gives those sort of bits of information, and we'll be getting some more of that. And the more of that comes in, the more interesting it gets, because when completely unrelated people begin receiving similar warnings, that's when I start paying very close attention to these things.
What do you mean? What does that even mean? So if somebody gets an Amber Alert in Texas, and then somebody of an earthquake, and then somebody in California gets an Amber Alert, of a similar earthquake, that means that something amazing has gone down. Like, it's an Amber Alert system. Everybody gets it. This isn't the 1970s no more. This isn't the 80s. We live in 2026. The world is interconnected. So it's not bizarre that different people from different walks of life get information that they normally wouldn't. That's not bizarre. It's called science.
So we've had a number of different warning windows, 3 of them really, I suppose. You'll remember on this channel, I interviewed some Nadi readers on this channel, and that recently I also talked to Vinita Pandey, who wrote the book Return of the Rishis. I'll give it a plug because it's a really good book.
Of course, now he's selling books. Hey guys, I've got some fantastic information to tell you, but before I do, please read USA Bomb. It's the bomb. Written by my good friend and supporter, psychic medium Jenny Jackson, and go subscribe to her channel. Now back to the real information. No, you're selling crap, bro. You're selling crap. This is I can't even think of the name right now, but basically it's when somebody comes around and says, "Hey, stick around. I got some good information, but before that, I want you to read this book." Yeah, he has to have some merch. There's always got to be some merch with these scammers. And expect us to put on a Batman suit and get to work. Oh, he must have bought these followers exactly.
And I would suggest you have a look at a book, Return of the Rishis. And there's a link pinned in the comments to my interview.
And of course, these books cost money, of course. Boiling ball polish might help the top of his head. Williams.
To that channel below that interview. And also we've been talking to Dr. Q, who also wrote a brilliant book. I'm not plugging these. I'm not making any profit from plugging these. These are just my...
Yeah, you say you're not making any profit, but what are you hoping people will do? Go and buy the book. And you just expect us to believe that none of these people told you to advertise them? None of them said, "Hey, bro, if you just tell people about my book, I might split a little bit of the profit." You want us to just believe you're just showing it out of the goodness of your heart? I don't believe in that crap whatsoever.
Genuine recommendations, lovely books on it. And Vinita's research in particular was on people's leaves that highlight
like a commercial.
A few sort of key collateral.
Oh, Bungie, I know where you got that reference from freaking Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Like a commercial. I literally that was a good one, Bougie. Oh, if he was an elevator, I would not go in. Me too. You mean like Ella's saying she has information about Umar? Yep. Like the ones that came to it to repeat till you turn the TV off. Exactly.
Calamities ahead, which are really, they're strikingly close to many of the predictions I've made on this channel. And I also now have a few new revelations that have come through some of the people that...
Oh my God, you've been saying for whatever. I've got new revelations. I got new revelations. Your ads have been sold. Your old predictions have been debunked. Get to this new prediction.
I've pointed to the Nadi readers. Like I said, I've pointed thousands of people to Dr. Q and to other readers through this channel. And actually, if you really want to get a reading, you can have a look on my website. And I now introduce people to Nadi readers through the patrons. So you need to become a patron, and there's a special...
Wow. You just said you're not making any profit off of this. Then you said, in order for us to get this new prediction of whatever, we need to pay you on Patreon. So what happened to no profit? Now there's profit.
Form on the page. If you want to get a Nadi reading, you need to go to the form on the patron pages. Anyway.
Hey, and Williams, not only did you do that for $49.99 a month, but we also got to pay a $199 a month subscription fee. Don't forget the subscription fee, my brother. We can't forget that one.
So let's have a look at some of the key points, first of all, that Vinita's reading brought up, because, we've just come out of this solar eclipse, and the Nadis were saying that was a very vital and important turning point time. And in my Nadis a long time ago, which I wrote about in my book, I'm going to plug my books while we're at it, actually, among Messages from the Universe. All right.
Oh, look, and he's selling his own book too. The Non-Profit Psychic is not only selling stuff on Patreon, but he's also selling his own book as well as others. No profit, huh?
And then I wrote another one called Mystic Journey to India. And I did a...
Hey, Francesca, make it 10 lotteries for $23.99 and you got yourself a deal. Never drink milk from a coconut you found in the dark. Teddo from the Rocket. How else could he pay for his haircuts? Exactly.
Film about it, all on the website. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to keep pushing these on you, but you know,
of course you didn't. You know, it's just you didn't want to. You're just mentioning websites, you're mentioning books, and telling us to do Patreon. Oh, but you know, you don't mean to do it. You just do it.
Talked about a gas cloud that the Nadi threw up to me, and which was really puzzling. You know,
What do you mean threw up to you? I mean, are you telling me you're sitting around watching people vomit and then putting your hands in the vomit to try and get some lessons out of the vomit? Who describes getting information as they threw this up at me? Guys, you hear him? He literally said the Naughties threw up this information at him. They threw up on him, and through the smear and the guts and the lunches that he smeared all over himself, he got some information.
Discussed it in the book. And this prompted Vanita to get in touch with me because she'd been getting information from other people and said around the time of the eclipse, an eclipse, which we presume was this one, there's a danger of a massive earthquake, particularly around Japan. We've both spoken on a Japanese channel recently. It's got 750,000 hits already. So a lot of Japanese people are talking about this now. But we both...
Probably to laugh at you because... You're saying, oh, there's a danger of an earthquake. Yeah, we've got scientists that have already told us this. There's always a danger of an earthquake. They keep telling California that there's a massive earthquake coming, and they've been saying that ever since I was a child. And guess what? I've lived in the state for almost 30 years now. Never happened.
I spoke about this gas cloud because it seemed to, in one of the leaves that Vanita was looking at, it talked about Yamato, which is the old...
I know, right? While the illegitimate guy could spend 30 minutes trying to find one phrase, he could spend the rest of the 29 minutes at least selling his books. They'd make a great duo. So not very expensive, right?
Old name for Japan, which is fascinating that it was speaking in the old language of Japan on the leaves anyway. So, of course, we had the Colombian earthquakes recently around this time, and it makes me wonder, is there something else ahead soon? Because, you know, the world's starting to shake, and I think we're going to get a lot of that over the coming years. We've had unprecedented...
Oh, so you're making all these absolute claims, but you're setting them years apart. So by the time they arrive here, you're either going to be in a retirement home or you'll long be out of here. So smart thinking, except we're not going to just believe you about an event that hasn't happened yet.
An amount of Earth movements, really, when you think about it. But let's just have a quick look at Vanita's research, because, you know, I've covered some of this before, but a lot has been...
Yeah, Miss Independent, there was, and I remember a massive earthquake when I was like a big earthquake when I was like 8. But what I'm saying is there's been this phobia where they said an earthquake is going to be so big that it's going to swallow all of California or split it in half. And I'm talking about that particular earthquake has never come, even though they say it all the time. We're overdue for a massive earthquake that's going to sink the state of California. And it's never happened. And after hearing it for decades, I'm at the point where I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah, we're still waiting for that big one that they say. And that one I don't believe is ever coming, at least not in my lifetime.
Emerging through this. And I just want to do a quick comparison to what she said, what some new Nadis have said, and what I've said. And I think we can kind of put a picture together of what's happening in the world. So these are coming from a number of different readings. It's not all from one leaf or anything. They're not all from one Nadi, which I think makes it more interesting and more fascinating.
Yeah, it does make it more interesting because it means that you're not all basing this on some quote unquote reading from one person. You're getting it from endless others. So you're getting all of your followers to right. That's what they said. And it was dumb shit. I didn't believe them then. I sure as hell don't believe them now. Um but anyway, so this makes sense. So what this dude is doing is he's going around all around the world gathering quote unquote readings so he can make up predictions of partial events that may or may not come true. So he can then say, "Oh, look at how I predicted all of these things, which I was given bits and pieces of information for, so that he could fill in the guesswork to make it seem like it was legitimate." And he's going all around the world with it, so no one can individually say, "Oh, you got that from California, or you got that from Japan, or you got that from Great Britain." He's going everywhere, so no one can track it. That's what he's doing. He needs to struggle stream more so he can get his teeth fixed. I wonder if he knew I would mention that, right? I think what he would say, Miss Independent, is he didn't know, but the leaves knew. The leaves knew, written every 200 years, know exactly when and where you're going to start making those comments. Remember, Miss Independent, the leaves are watching you.
We got a warning period between 2026 and 2027. This is one of the big alarm periods, and which I've been talking about in my predictions a lot. And between August and September 2026, there's references showing there of growing wars and international conflict. And then by October 2026, so this is right upon us, one reading suggests that as many as 5 countries could be involved in a conflict. So is this right round the corner? You know?
And listen how he's being careful with his wording. He's saying it could happen. And the reason why I'm highlighting that is because he's saying could rather than will, so that if the event doesn't happen, it's kind of a funny psychological strategy. He's basically saying it could happen based upon what this reading is indicating, so that he can avoid avid fortune user, so he can avoid being held down to absolutes. If it works, then he'll say, just as I predicted, comrade, this is exactly what I said would happen, because this reading and my psychic abilities have been proven yet again. And if it doesn't happen, he's going to say, well, this is because I never said it was going to happen. I said it could. Psychics, we do our best, but we're not omniscient, and therefore, we're liable for error. But, some things did happen. So, that reading was wrong, but it doesn't mean all readings wrong. So as you're saying, he's playing it safe. He's putting himself in this middle where if it works, great, I can jump on this. If it doesn't work, okay, great, I can salvage this by saying, well, I guess this prediction just wasn't right. That's the thing about predictions. We can't confirm that they'll actually happen. Sage leaves, I think it was, Francisca.
That's what she says in her book and confirms it there. And during 2027, several readings point to many. Now,
you're getting it, Barry's, allegedly. Exactly. If it don't happen, he says he doesn't believe it enough. Right, exactly, Williams.
Natural calamities happening at a similar time. And in fact, even one person in San Francisco area was warned of a possible volcano and tsunami around July to August 2027. So these are your dates, make a note, And another reading gives a wider calamity period between June 2027 and May 2028. And she had also one Chinese reader. I'm summarizing a lot of stuff here, but hope you can take it in. God, sorry.
You're barely saying anything, bro. All you're saying is, based on certain predictions, these dates might be true. And now you're saying, well, I've also gotten these other dates, so take a note of the dates. If they happen, great. I predicted it. Give me all the credit. Pay me the money. They don't, well, you shouldn't expect me to know everything because I'm a psychic, not omniscient.
Chinese reading points to a serious event affecting China in 2027, with the government taking measures to protect the people.
Yeah,
And
there is no
several American
volcano.
readers
Yeah, actually, let's
also-
go back on that. Let's go back on that. What did he say?
And another reading gives a wider calamity period between June 2027 and May 2028. And she had also one Chinese reader. I'm summarizing a lot of stuff here, but hope you can take it in, guys. Sorry. She had tsunami around July to August 2027. So these are your dates. Make a note. July to August was warned of a possible volcano. In fact, even one person in San Francisco area was warned of a possible volcano and tsunami around July to August.
Yeah, that didn't make it. Yeah, he said volcano. There is no volcano near San Francisco. A tsunami, maybe. Not saying that's at least possible. What volcano is going to hit San Francisco? What volcano? We'll reset it to factory settings, guys. What volcano is going to hit San Francisco? How? What? Wow, guys, just wow. Unbelievable.
2030, one reading points towards a change, for example, in the Republican leadership in America, that there be a new Republican president in 2030, right?
Well, I don't know why you're saying 2030, because new presidential elections will happen in 2028. So for you to say that it'll happen in 2030 when it's first of all, the new elections will happen in 2028. So I don't know what you mean by 2030 there'll be a new Republican. If there's going to be a new Republican president, that would be in 2028 instead of 2030. I mean, obviously, if the elections went favorably in 28, then by 2030 you would still have a Republican president, but he would have been in office for at least 2 years. So I don't understand this logic.
Remember I said that Trump will extend his presidency into a third term. Could this be what we're talking about? I'll discuss this a bit more in a moment.
Wait. Did you just say third term?
Into a third term. That Trump will extend his presidency into a third term.
No, bullshit. First of all, he can't do that. Second of all, you said new Republican president. If Trump was somehow able to extend to a third term, that wouldn't by 2030 that wouldn't be a new Republican president. That would be the same Republican president. But there's not going to be a third term. You can't do that. It's unconstitutional. But ignoring that fact, even if it happened, that wouldn't be a new Republican president. Right. He wouldn't even live that long. Exactly.
This be what we're talking about? I'll discuss this a bit more in a moment. And much later, around 2036 to 38, there's further warnings of another natural disaster of some sort that could affect the USA particularly and involve land and excessive water. Could that be the Californian quake or something like that? Could it be a huge tsunami? So it will be...
He's making all these bases just so to be like, well, maybe not. So he wants to stick in the maybe realm, so he can't be tied down to anything. He's not slick, as William said. You're not slick, bro. We see you for what you're trying to do.
Interesting. So lots of interesting stuff there, particularly about the Republicans and things like that being the next president of the USA. So how does this now fit in with some of the stuff that I've been doing? Well, I want to add to this, because what concerns me about these predictions a lot is...
It's like he's trying to stay awake and coherent. I think age is catching up to this dude.
The dates, because if you start looking at them very carefully, there's a sort of a bit of a consistency in there, and that there's going to be wars ahead.
See, kids, this is what happens when you think you for yourself. They can't just sell you anything. Exactly. When you can think for yourself, they can't just sell you anything. Exactly, Williams.
A possible new virus and a number of major Earth shifts, including one Mainardi talked about in the gas cloud. But to see if I could get further consultation, I thought, well,
Yeah, it isn't far-fetched, but what is double talk is how he says there'll be a new Republican president followed by Trump will extend his third term, which wouldn't be a new president. So that's where he kind of double talks himself. He had dementia on display. But if we did get another, I'm not saying that we couldn't get a new Republican president. I'm just saying that if you say that along with saying that Trump will get a third term, then you're contradicting yourself. Yeah, he's winging it for sure. He's a boomer, and I'll just sit and talk for hours. Exactly, and this guy is winging it very much, very much.
I'm going to consult a few more Nadis and
Yeah.
just see if anything comes up. And I consulted what's called the Bogar Nadi. The Bogar was another one of the great
I'll call it the bullshit Nagi, but go on.
siddhas, one of the amazing siddhas that could turn into light, for example. And some say he was even Lao Tzu, that he went to China and he became the great teacher Lao Tzu. But anyway, you'll recall I dreamed about Bogar in one of my earlier
Boga. Like, are we reading a Lord of the Rings novel about Boga? Like this is some fantasy shit right here.
videos here. I spoke about the Siddhar Bogar recently. So I thought, let's see if I can track down his Nadi, which I did. And I had some very interesting personal information come through. But actually,
All of it in a dream, mind you. He's saying this all happened in a dream, which by definition means none of it ever really happened.
nothing was given to me about world events. And I thought, oh, that's a bit strange, because that's kind of what's on my mind with this. But, you know, if that's not going to be, that's not going to be. And similarly, when I approached another Nadi with a list of questions, they couldn't find the leaf. So I thought, oh, okay.
Oh wow! So this leaf that was built over 200, that changes every 200 years, couldn't be found. Dang! And you just had and all of the you had questions based upon a dream, and then you went to people and asked questions about the dream, and they couldn't find the leaf for you. You sure you ain't smoking the leaf? And they just couldn't find your favorite ganj. Therefore, the clarity didn't happen. Just saying. That's what this is sounding like. And you're right. He does look like he'll pass out any second.
Okay, maybe that I'm not meant to know that, or I'm not meant to ask these questions, perhaps not so specifically. It's a bit like when you go for a reading with someone like me, for example. You know, if a person has a really strong thought in their mind, it can influence the reading. You know, you want to, when you go to see a psychic, go with an open mind. Don't go saying, get him to tell me this, get him to tell me that, because that won't work, because your thoughts influence the reading. And I wonder.
So our thoughts influence the reading, huh? So our thoughts influence the reading. I call bullshit on that too. Because I mean, if this is help me make sense of this, guys. How can these leaves be something that was passed on by sages that knew about us thousands of years into the future, write down every 200 years our destiny, and now suddenly our thoughts influence the reading? But I thought it was all destiny. I thought it was all predetermined. I thought we were all, being our destinies were being written by leaves. Now, suddenly, if I come to you and say, I want you to tell me my future, that will affect your ability to tell the future? This sounds more and more bullshit the more I hear it.
If this is the same thing with the leaves, that perhaps even though they're written down thousands of years ago, the actual mindset of you going to the reader is actually changing the leaf physically before you even read it. You know,
that does not make any sense. If something was written 200 years ago, before I'm even born, how am I just going to metaphysically make the leaf change what I want it to say without ever having seen it or written it? How is that even going to work? Do I get to does somebody write me a parking ticket and I just say, show me the parking ticket, and that just changes what the parking ticket says? think he's a Power Ranger trying to summon the Megazord. Exactly, Megazord. And this is absolute madness. I agree.
I mean, there's stories about leaves that will change in front of your eyes, and the wording will actually change as you look at it. And it makes you wonder that every leaf is perhaps like that they change before you.
Yeah, he says he does readings, but if you come to him demanding what the readings will happen, it will influence how the reading will go. And now he's trying to tell us that leaves that were written 200 years ago will change right before your eyes if you don't have an open mind, because apparently your physical mind overrides the overrides the supposed reading, which makes no sense. And now he's saying leaves change before your eyes.
Read it. It's a whole new rabbit hole that I'll take you down another time, but it is really interesting. So maybe I thought, if any information comes, it needs to be free of my personal karmic influence. Oh, what's happened there? Is my screen gone a bit funny here? Just a second. I've hit something. Bear with me. I must have hit my.
This dude does not even understand modern technology, and he's on the web trying to tell us about mind-bending, changing leaves. Guys, tell me I'm crazy. Tell me this is not what we're dealing with in 2026.
I've hit my. Got it. Anyway, yes. So I wanted to sort of look at if there's something that's, I recall, this kind of getting away from my own personal karmic influence. I've got my notes in front of me. That's probably what you saw briefly. Now, just as I was coming up with the idea for doing this video today, I received 2 indirect. Right.
Keyword is free. And now he's exactly.
Simultaneous communications. I suppose you could say it was from the rishis, but it was from 2 people that contacted me. The first one came through a friend who sent me an email and said and had a quick chat with me about the reading that his wife had, because I introduced his wife to the reading, and his wife.
It wouldn't surprise me. It really wouldn't surprise me if he's using a teleprompter.
Had a reading as well, so I never met his wife before, so that was interesting because she had a reading with Dr. Q, and I managed to fast track them for a reading, which I can do. Like I say, if you come through the patrons, I fast track you for a reading. You don't have to wait.
Wow, you hear that, Miss Independent? You hear that, Williams? He's going to fast track you for a reading if you contact him through Patreon, meaning you have to pay him a Patreon subscription for him and pay him to even be willing to set you up for a reading. Every 5 minutes, this dude is either selling a book, he's selling a service, or he's talking his Patreon, and he's doing these subtle cues of, well, if you want a quick reading, go to the Patreon. Oh, if you want to hurry up and get in contact and real quick, go to Patreon. Oh, by the way, I'm not trying to sell you this book, but here's this book. Go and check it out if you want. Stay out of the rabbit hole, dude. Yeah. Exactly.
The whole year.
And you know what's crazy, guys? At this point in stage with AI, we can actually create our own books. We literally can create our own books. I actually showed how we can do that in a different live stream. It is entirely possible to create your own book. So even if a scammer like this even if there was a book you were really interested on, right? And this scammer right here said, well, you can only get it if you go online and whatever, just say, fuck them, and literally go on Gemini, literally go and type in, create a PDF book about this subject, any subject you want, and boom, it will be generated for you. And if you feel like it's not enough chapters go on it, just in your next prompt, say, give 4, 6, 7, 8 more chapters, click it, boom, it'll add 8 more chapters to the original book. And you can just read it to your heart's content. Simple as that. No more paywall.
And there was no planning to ask about anything. It just popped up in the thing. So I thought, oh, this is probably karmically separated.
I prophesized at 8 that he would lose his hairline by 2026. Buy my new course where I teach calligraphy, sarcasm, and common sense. William, he has a meth mouth. Yeah, it looks like it.
Mine or Vinita's questions, we might be influencing them, I thought. Well, they told me they had some interesting message about world events for me, and sometimes the night even mentions me in the leaves. Strangely enough, it even say, "I got a message for Craig for you." I've had that happen. But anyway, this one was quite interesting, and so the reading that she got.
Yeah, very much a hard sell. Like he tries to be clever about it and mix it in between, but I guess he's just not. But to me, he comes across as an older gentleman who doesn't even understand how modern technology works. So he doesn't realize that we can micro record everything that you're saying and dissect it. I don't think he realizes that.
To say to her that when she is around 78 to 80 years old, there will be a new war. And this person's now 62. So this would mean that approximately there would be a war in 2042 to 2044,
And let's listen to that. He's saying there'll be a war in 2044 or 2042. Is he even going to be alive by 2042 or 44? So if he's wrong, right, by the time we get to that point and can say, hey, bro, you lied to us. This didn't happen. He's going to be older than shit, if even still alive. And what are we going to get out of him then? Oh, hi, are you here? Are you here to give me my pills? Like, he'll be nothing. So that's why he wants to do this so far into the future. Yeah, he is. I will say that. He wants to go so far into the future that by the time you actually can see if this happened, bro is dead or long dementized to the point that there's nothing to go after anymore. He won't even know who you are or any of this psychic shit. He won't even be able to change his diapers. Like that's how far gone he'll be. That's the psychology of telling people X is going to happen 10, 15 years from now. Where's he going to be 15 years from now? Not anywhere near you.
Read it. So this is another unexpected war. And the translator said, war could also happen. I'm reading it now because I've got it on my screen. The translator said, war could also happen.
Translator? Bro, you're reading off a script and you're translating it as well. So this isn't like, you just coming up with your own. You're reading off of something else. So this isn't even a prediction you're creating. This is something you're reading off of and casting as your own.
Unexpectedly in my country during this period, the translator didn't say the war would be the world war, but during this period, so economic crisis will be there. And she didn't say as a result of war. So there would be an economic crisis at the same time. It would be there. It said, she says,
yeah, the economic crisis is you've been scamming people for decades, and by the time they realize you were bullshitting, you're already gone mentally, so they can't get nothing back anymore.
Try to save money. Do not have unwanted expenses during this time. Take care of kids and children. New viruses will be there too. That might disturb you and your children also. This is exact words of it. Even
he's just as bad as John Edwards, who panders to single women. Exactly. I'm gonna fast track my hand to the back of his head.
Even though you have many influences, don't worry. The puja and rituals you do now will protect you. So, one of the important things from that is it says the pujas and rituals will protect you. And this is something.
The pujas and rituals will protect me. Wow. They will need to have auditions for YouTube. This is crap. Yeah, and also listen to what he said. The pujas and the rituals will protect us. Williams, I got to hear your response to that. What's your response to the pujas and the rituals will protect you? What's your response to that, Williams?
I think we're pushing forward on this channel on others to say, look, it's your positive thoughts, your prayers, your mantras will work and will have enormous power to change not only the influence of these things upon you, but also around the world. Now, the couple live in New York City, but are considering moving out either to Long Island, Connecticut, or preferably to the northeastern United States. So they told.
And we care about this. Why?
the lady here that they can move west when they told him. They said they told my wife we can move west, while they told me we can move east or south, but not north, obviously. So it makes it a bit difficult, because if you're moving, if you're in, it's suggesting to me that the problem could occur on the west coast of the USA, because that's what Vanitas have been saying too, that there would be a war of some sort that would affect the west coast of the USA. The bit that I'm finding interesting is the dates. 2042 to 2044. That seems to be pushing a lot further ahead than the 2029 or 20 period that we were wondering about. So as soon as I got this message, I thought, wow, that's amazing. That's kind of the answer to.
So you got this message from people have gone yet. Exactly. Oh, also, I put in a new poll. You guys definitely take time to vote on that.
What I needed. And then, bing, another email comes in, this time from South Africa, this time from somebody I hadn't met. And they said that, oh, you know, Craig, you're looking for, you said on your channel that, and through the patrons as well, that you wanted to see if anybody had any world readings in their nadis. I thought I'd share mine with you. And this is what it said in this one. So this is for the ages between 72 and 76 for this person. And it said, so ma'am, like the previous 69 to 71, you could also get an unwanted legal cases now. Unwanted legal issues related to properties you could expect.
Williams, dig him up and let him know he was wrong. That does sound like something Williams was doing. Oh, he thinks he gets away because he's dead? No, we're digging him up and we're showing his corpse exactly where he was wrong. They always have a vague prediction, and even later, yeah, because it's like because they get the fame and fortune of telling you all that and getting all this reputation of being predictions, and then they're going to set the major ones that they know probably won't happen so far that you won't be able to get them when it doesn't.
And difficult situations that could really disturb you and your children during this period, and also thinking about your grandchildren's future. And it said during this period a war could also happen that could also disturb your children, so let me focus during this time. But 72 to 76, 72 to 76, you'll easily overcome, and not to worry about this.
What is your, well, of course, if you're 72 or 76, you're not going to worry about it. Nobody in their 70s worries about nothing anymore because they're dead. They don't have much to live long afterwards. Sorry to say it like that. It's just a fact. But also it's like, how do you even know they're going to live to 72 or 76? What if you made a prediction to somebody that by the time you're 42, this will happen to you, and then they die when they're 36? What happens then? Oh, well, we aren't all knowing then as we were then. We're not all knowing now as we were then.
Now that means another war's been forecast in this person's reading. The lady is currently 63, which means in the Tamil way is 64 running.
Exactly.
So this prediction relates to 2034 to 2038.
I don't know, Francisca. I'm not French. I don't know. I don't know. Not 70s, Judge. It's really 80s for that. I don't know. If I manage to live to be 70, I'm going to be pretty chill about it. I'm going to be like, I ain't got nothing but time to my permanent retirement. I ain't caring about nothing on this earth no more. But that might just be Mr. Judge. Right? By the time I'm 60 or 70, I'm just going to be like, you know what? With my bad health and what have you, I was lucky to reach this age. I'm just going to be kicking it. That'll just be my attitude. In fact, when I was younger, like 19, 18-year-old me, I used to actually go around telling people, man, I can't wait till I get old because then I don't have to care about none of this no more. I would say stupid stuff like that.
As another possible wartime. So what are we getting here? Are we entering a period of prolonged wars, multiple wars, and particularly this unexpected war? So that's interesting, I find. Now,
this unexpected, non-proven war. Okay, yeah, that is interesting.
If you want to get your Nadi readings, like I say, you know, I can dig deeper with the Nadis, and I'm taking people in deeper into the whole idea, and we're discussing it in the Patreon pages. So if you want to get a Nadi through me, I mean, I don't sell Nadis or get commission on Nadis, but you know, if you want an introduction.
Oh no, you don't get commission on Naughties. You get commission on Patreon. You get commission on book selling, and obviously people got to pay money to get a quick reading session for you, bro. We know you get your money. Don't worry about that. Don't you worry about that. Well, Punjan and rituals. Punjan is too close to a word we can't say here, but we obviously didn't protect Professor X over here, so I don't believe him. I know.
Become a patron, and it makes it easier for me to communicate with people and discuss things. Particularly, you know, I can then ask you things like, you know, what was anything interesting said in it. So we've got all these different dates now. It seems like 2028 begins a much longer unstable period, really, and the dates are approximate and they might change, and some of the predictions may even be wrong. We don't know.
Aha, now you're admitting that you don't even know if your predictions are right. So finally it comes out. It only took you 27 minutes and 5 seconds to admit, hey, you know, I've been saying all this crap, all these wars, all these predictions, and hey, we don't know if they're wrong or not. So why the fuck should anyone donate to you knowing that nothing that you're saying is confirmed? By your own logic, you're selling people a bunch of maybes and expecting to get put on Patreon and paid for all this stuff. And all we get from you is maybe it'll happen. Maybe it won't. So this isn't true predictions then, or at least not psychic predictions where you're making it seem like you know. This is all just guesswork.
I don't want to make the evidence fit the prediction, but if the dates disagree, let's say they disagree, and then maybe ask why. Have we really got a handle on this? So the Nadis are fundamentally all about karma. A reading is given to an individual as opposed to a nation. There are Nadis that can also give readings for nation.
What nation has ever said, we want a Nadi to come here and give us a prediction? What nation has ever said that? I can't think of one nation that said, everyone around the world, you must now get on television at 7 p.m. sharp and hear this Nadi tell us what our future is going to be as a country. Give me one example of that ever happening. No, and bullshit. There is no Nadi going around to other countries. Donation, right?
And the timing in a person's reading can shift sometimes. And I've seen things happen in my Nadis where it shifts and changes. And that's why we mustn't treat it as a fixed thing. They're fluid. Are we seeing some sort of pattern happening here?
Oh, I thought we were here to change destiny, though. Now we went from, oh yes, these predictions, these are things I saw in my dream, these things actually happened, to, well, hold on, guys, we got to treat this fluid now. We can't treat this as a fact. These things shift, you know, different things, different happening. So now you're backflipping. You're backflipping.
In these independent readings, fluidity happening, because each of those people is going to change their destiny by doing their remedies, and so their destiny.
So wait a minute, go back. Destinies?
Their fluidity happening, because each of those people is going to change their destiny by doing their remedies, and so their destinies are going to change, and therefore the dates of the world events, are they going to change? So,
but wait a minute. That don't make no sense, because that means you could give me a reading saying that in 2040, I'm going to be diagnosed with cancer. But then because I start eating healthier, I get out of the sun and I start, you know, doing things that typically avoid catching cancer, 2040 comes and I don't have cancer. And then when I come to you and say, hey, you said in 2040, I'm going to have cancer. yes, well, unfortunately, this is fluid. And because you changed your destiny, my reading was wrong. Then what good are you? You're going to make predictions that through my actions or the actions of others won't happen. So what value does your supposed prediction do?
So I thought I'd have a look at my timeline. So can I make some sense out of this and give us a bit of a picture about how I feel the future's going to
Wait, what did William say? I don't have to care now. I chose to start at 22 and I'm 35 now. Oh, wow. You got to spend X so he can get it right. Right. Otherwise, well, we'll try, man, but we can't guarantee anything. These things are fluid, as we always know. Can't believe he said these things are fluid. That's unbelievable.
be in the coming years. So I thought, well, look, I'm going to have a look through my own predictions and let's see if I can put into a bit of an order for you. And this is how I see things kind of panning out. I'm going to be doing my predictions for 2027 soon, but here's a few in advance of that. 2027 is going to be a year of a build-up of tension. There's going to be an increase in China-Taiwan pressures over that time.
Will they? Because I thought they were fluid. So what stops the Chinese from changing their destiny?
There'll be a continuation of the Middle East conflicts in that time. China and Russia cooperation will strengthen in that time. This is what I feel the Nadis are talking about, and it's something I've spoken about a lot.
So it's something you feel. These supposed Nadis never told you this. It's what you feel. Okay.
A lot over the time here. Trade sanctions and economic pressures will grow in 2027. In 2077, there will be a change to Putin's power, I feel. Rare earths, semiconductors, and energy become strategic issues in 2027. There will be cyber and military tensions intensifying in 2027. Internal economic and political pressures will start to...
Bro, none of us had to predict had to be psychics to predict these things. They may or may not happen, but literally anyone can do this. You're using deductive reasoning to come to these conclusions, and we can do literally the same thing.
Build in China in that time, and I feel food shortage is becoming a growing internet.
No, Miss Independent. They'll be okay if you donate, but if you want them to be super, well, then you gotta super donate. That's the deluxe edition. That's to give you power and fortune and money and wealth. If you want to be more than fine, you gotta give us that super donation.
National issue through 2027. So there's a few of my 2027 predictions coming up, which I know a lot of you are interested in. But what about 2028? Because I feel that is going to be the year of shock. I see a new... I
don't care much for you saying, I feel this is what's going to happen. It's either you're going to say it's going to happen and we can test it, or you're saying you don't know it's going to happen and you're just guessing. There is no, I feel. There is either it is or it's not happening.
Expected war. That, I feel, is what's happening in 2028.
A psychic that's not confident in his words is like a stripper not being confident in her stripping abilities. Well, yeah, he's not. No, too old. No, a lot of people here are not going to be around in 2077.
Possible flashpoint around the Middle East at that time. One conflict may trigger another, I feel, in 2028. There'll be major US calamity involving water, fire, and wind. Political chaos at that time, particularly around the US election. And what I've previously described as Trump's third term round then. Possibly...
Trump is not going to have a third term in 2077. That's not going to happen.
An extension or a disruptive period of presidential authority. It gets me the feeling he could probably push it another 2 years in power from the way I'm starting to see things.
How? How is he going to have another 2 years? How does he push it? Bro, you understand there's a mandatory election every 4 years. And after that point, he either says, well, no, actually at this point, he's not legally able to run again. And if he tries, they're not even going to put him on the ballot. So, and dude, you're giving me an aneurysm with this.
now. It starts to become more clear. And during 2028, possible disruption or delay to the normal transfer of power politically. And this could also, I feel, there's something else going on in the background here. I felt that maybe this is when the Taiwan crisis starts, because I've been talking about this for a long time. 2028, turn of the elections, that is our crisis time, because I feel at that time also there's great unrest in China and there's a big threat to Xi Jinping's power. And this is when maybe that's also what the Nadi talked about. This is when the Taiwan Pacific tsunami natural event happens.
Taiwan Pacific tsunami. Okay, so you're a weatherman now.
And of course of this, global markets and trade will suffer around the world. So that's 2028 for you. So what about 2029? Could we see into that from some of these clues and maybe put into shape some of the things I've been talking?
I bet you not even half of this shit's going to happen in 2028. And then he's going to say, oh, well, I never said it could happen. People change their destiny. It's fluid.
Talking about. So I think in 2029, I feel that's going to be another year where war continues, or it might broaden. There's going to be further economic disruption during 2029. In 2029, shipping and semiconductor shortages will be seen.
Earth, wind, and fire.
There'll be food shortages and rising prices in 2029. Pacific earthquakes, tsunamis, and other calamities, they also seem to be in that year as well. And a continuation of political uncertainty. But there should be a better move towards a better presidency at that time with a new Republican leader. I think we get to
who is going to be Trump, by the way, according to his logic. So not a new Republican leader.
The pressure's still building up during those times. But my feeling is that
it really could.
2030 could be our turning point, a point when major conflict begins to change and begins to ease. That might be by then that we're seeing that major change in leadership in America, not till 2030, and a shift towards more.
There's going to be a new presidential election in 2028. Do you not understand that concept, Greg? It's 2028. You're just making up all this bullshit of, he'll extend it to 2 years. How? Legally, politically, how? And if you can't answer how, and you're going to fall back to, well, I'm just saying it could, it's fluid, different things can happen, then you're bullshitting us. You are bullshitting us.
Of a dharmic sort of leadership that Nadi talks about, more spiritually driven in the way people think about their politics and their policies, with a greater emphasis on truth, integrity, and service at that time. So this will be a time when the old institutions begin to change, when spiritual awakening gathers momentum and humanity starts moving from crisis towards renewal. But
oh my God, listen, I'm not trying to alienate anybody who believes in the spirit realms and what have you, even though I clearly don't. But I'm just saying this. When if there is great change that happens and what have you, are you really going to say it's because of some other supernatural plane? Or is it going to be the result of humans changing things, whether it's for better or for worse? Just think about that for a moment. It's not because of some supernatural awakening or superior voodoo, hooboo, whatever. It's going to be the result of human political manipulations, because human society is ultimately a human creation.
There could still be more ahead because of some of those things said in those further nadis. But I think by then we're starting to get onto the right track. So I think this growing persistent growth of spiritual awareness is going to be one of the most important things. There could be another calamity there with that meteor thing or some celestial event that's hinted there as well. We might be at a time.
And you know what? We might all drink Red Bull and it gives us wings. So let's all just drink our Red Bull and see if it gives us wings.
All these things later, but I think we know the things are there, and there's a lot more revelations about UFOs and all that happening over that period. It might be released gradually. We got some of it now, but I feel there's a lot more to come, and I feel there's going to be information revealed, not so much about technical knowledge and alien technology, but more to
alien technology. What ganja are you smoking? There's no alien technology. The technology we have is from Earth. Earth. Someplace you might be forgetting, since you're always stuck up in the cloud smoking leaves and falling asleep at your advanced age. There is no alien tech.
Do with the power of consciousness, that they knew how to do
Nope,
something
I didn't.
with consciousness. So between 2020 27, there's going to be lots of earth movements and things and tsunamis going on during that period too. So
The dude's just jumping the goalpost so much.
that's a kind of a bit of a summary of the main things that are going on. Yeah, and I think, you know, you can get a view of these things when you start to deeply meditate. I mean, one of the great
So all of this is based on him meditating? Is that it? All of this is just meditation bullshit?
spiritual teachers, they say he's one of the Siddha yogis, is Patanjali, which I'm sure many of you who've done yoga and things have heard about.
Oh, dear
Patanjali.
Lord.
He was one of those that had the great Siddhi powers. And in the Yoga Sutras, he told
God,
us
maybe I should speed this
about
up.
these Siddhi powers and how we have to be careful with them. Siddhi powers are like psychic powers. But there's a Trikala Jhana, which is literally the knowledge 3 times, which means knowledge of the past, present, and future. And in that kind of focus, they call it samyana, which is a kind of a profound focus of concentration, of meditation and absorption. And when we get into that state, and I think that's what people like me do, we get into that state of samyana and we see past, present, and future as one.
I thought you said these predictions would change and that they're fluid. Now you're saying that you get on a Svenjana and that causes you to go om, and now you see past, present, and future, which, by the way, don't really mean much because they constantly change, and destinies are fluid things that can be avoided all the time. You're just going to go om, I'm going to give you an uncertain future that you will obviously be able to avoid. What good is the prediction then?
Things. Sometimes I feel it connects with the breath. Sometimes I can feel like the breath is all like my own personal clock. We have so many breaths in our life before we die. Each person has a given number of breaths, they say. And it's all
given number of breaths. What the fuck? How do you, what are you basing that off on? Oh, yes, this person is born. He will breathe 10 billion times before he dies in the span of what X amount of years? I've never heard of that nonsense. You only have a certain amount of breaths before you die. Well, we should start conserving our breaths then. like that. This is some bullshit.
almost like when you watch your clock and you see your past, you see your present, and you then start to see your future. You can get into this dance of Shiva in a way. Shiva dances like the Nataraj, so we can plug in to the dance of time.
He's throwing terms left and right like he's selling CDs. Get the Shivaran, the Shavalan, the Kamalan, the Bulalan, anything that sounds good to get him attention.
And I think that's what the ancient rishis did. They plugged into this dance of time, but it's not set in the same way like a road is. It's a dance. It moves like a dancer. Shiva beats the drum as well, which is like the
Sorry about that, guys. Some guy on a motorcycle. I don't know if you guys heard that or not, but it was loud.
Symbol of time, of known time, but the dance is the mysteriousness, the uncertainty of the future. Sai Baba said, love my uncertainty. And I think that's what we've got to do. There's also this incredibleness.
If you love uncertainty, why are you going into the Shamalong Ding Dong, meditation to see what happens in the future? Someone who sees something in the future does not want to be uncertain.
Which is the uncertainty, which is chance, which means the future can change. We just have to feel the rhythm of it.
Again, if the future can change, then your Shyamalan meditation means nothing because whatever you're shown can be false.
Existence, the rhythm of time. And I think we can then get a bit of a miraculous understanding of the way.
Mama say Somo Susa. I know where that reference is from, Barry's. I know where that reference is from. I grew up watching Billy, Grim Retrievers of Billy and Mandy too. I saw that when I was a kid as well.
Things go. Well, that's what I wanted to talk about. I probably took a bit too much today with that, but hopefully there's some interesting stuff there for you. Food for thought, lots of information given you.
Yeah, you're giving us a lot, but there's no information because it has no substance. You just said it and rolled with it and then moved on to something else.
There today, perhaps to help us get some guide map of the way the future is going. So let's have some of your questions.
Dig him up. I would if he dies. I'm damn sure gonna write it on his tombstone. Ah.
Now, thank you for sitting back so patiently while I go on. But
I love. Wait, what does she say? I would greatly appreciate updates on an earthquake. I live in San Diego, prophet of dreams, and have seen a disaster. I live in San Diego, prophet of dreams, and have seen a disaster in Los Angeles. Thank you.
It's become interesting, I think, for people when you start to look at the videos over a period of years. I would greatly appreciate updates on Californian earthquakes. I live in San Diego. I have prophetic dreams and have seen a disaster in Los Angeles. Thank you. Well, I'm sure, Andrea, if you live in that area, it must play on your mind because, I mean, I've got a house in Italy, which is on an earthquake area. So I often think, I hope that, you know, when I see at the moment, there's a lot of earthquakes going on around Vesuvius, for example, and shakes are much higher than normal. And I think, oh, crikey, I hope nothing bad's going to happen over there for all of us. I'm not sure with it. If you look at that, what I've just spoken about there.
You're not sure? So you get a direct request for an update on a psychic update on earthquakes, and your first reaction is, I'm not sure.
It seemed to me that around about 2029 seems to be one of the times that there's a second earth upset. Wasn't it? They said about a great tsunami. Now that could be something that could happen. A lot of people have spoken about the California that would come separated from America.
See, Williams, he's bringing up the same bullshit me and you have heard over decades, and we don't believe that nonsense.
Edgar Casey, I think, spoke about that, didn't he? He said that it would split from America.
They've been saying that, bro. Greg, let me give you some insight, bro. They've been saying that since I was a child. And I've been hearing it since even before I was 7 years old. I am 28 years old now. So if it didn't happen throughout the 2000s, despite everyone constantly saying we're overdue for an earthquake that will smash California away from the rest of the United States, crumble it under the sea, separate it from the U.S., what makes you think it's going to happen in 2030 or 2029?
Physically break from America. So whether that's true or not, because Casey was a great seer.
It doesn't. California born and raised, and it never crossed my mind. We will have extreme earthquakes. I know it's possible, but I'm not going to live in fear. They can't be predicted. Exactly. It's bullshit. I stopped believing. I didn't listen to that. See, even what I'm saying, even someone younger than me, 1990, heard it when they were growing up, and they're 35. And look, nothing happened. I'm 28. Born 1997. Nothing. Same state. Nothing. We've still got a functioning California. So possible, yes. Probable, no.
Whether the things he saw are being changed now because we've started to refocus on these things, because, you know, even earthquakes can be influenced by our state of mind and our thinking. So we haven't been given any specific dates on that. I haven't seen a specific date on it. That's the sort of thing for me that tends to come almost just before it happens. I get a feeling of these things, a bit like with the Trump assassinations. You know, I suddenly say, oh, Christ, it's going to happen next day. And it happened next day, didn't it? And that one I talked about at the beginning, that happened the week before. And I think that sort of thing might come kind of a bit last minute. It's like perhaps we know in our unconscious mind when the rumbles happen. That's the best.
What? We know in our unconscious mind when the rumbles happen? What type of fortune cookie nonsense is that? I'm just going to unconsciously hear rumbling even though it doesn't happen, and there comes a rumble. What rumble? Oh, no. I'm done with you, bro. You are bonkers.
I can do for that one for you, Andrew. Sorry I can't pin it down to a date. Oh, thank you very much. These are your donations that you give. That's always appreciated. And particularly if you become patrons, which you can give a little bit each month, that helps keep the channel going. And these little donations and the coffee and the Buy Craig a coffee thing they've got down the bottom there in the description as well. All very nice. Thank you. And buy the books as well, because my books are up there.
Now he's selling shit again. He's back to selling it. He's back to, buy my books. Buy my books. Remember, I'm not here for profit, but buy my books. You are a scamming jackass, Craig. I'm sorry, but you are a scamming jackass. You went from saying, "Oh, I'm not here for profit. I'm not making any profit off of showing you these books. But hey, if you want a quick session, go with Patreon and look, here's my book you can buy." And now you're saying, yeah, and after like almost 2 hours, you're like, "Oh, hey, guys, sell my book, buy my book, buy the books. Come on, guys, buy the books. You know you want to." And this is the same man that told you he's not for profit. He's not profiting off of any of this, but he wants you on Patreon. He wants to do readings for you, and he wants you to buy books.
And some of those that I've spoken about early on are up there, which you can see from my website. Well, how will the US economy get along over the next 3 years? Well, according to what I've been talking to us today here, it looks to me like it's going to be affected by the wars, isn't it? Unexpected war brings unexpected financial difficulties. So they seem to come, it didn't say it causes it, you remember, it said it comes at a similar time. My feeling is that the US economy generally is pretty robust. My concerns for the future are what happens when China crumbles, because I feel, and I've said this before, that there will be a issue in China in which the Xi Jinping's power is threatened. And that
Excellent point, guys. It is fear farming. What sells better, hope or fear?
that's when he goes into Taiwan. That could be around the time of the elections in USA. So when the election's happening, is that the time we start to get a crisis? So maybe just after that into 2029 is probably going to be the most difficult time for the US economy. I quite often get people come to me, obviously having readings and things, and my American clients quite often ask about, financial things. And to be honest, I'm most accurate with the spiritual stuff, such as giving.
Where did you find this prophet from doom and gloom, Mr. Judge? Honestly, it actually is kind of funny you asked that, Francesca. Basically, I was roaming around looking for material, trying to find stuff to make videos about psychic prophets, and I just happened to stumble across him. And I've been planning to make a reaction video for him, but after a while it just kept getting shoved, and I thought, hey, I'm already here. I haven't done a live stream for you guys in a good minute, so on top of that, why not I just in addition to Marianne, why not I just get a few guys that I wanted to react to out of the way all in one go? So that's actually how that happened. So I came across him by accident. No, I think it says right here UK. So, and I think I heard him say, so he's in one of two locations. He either is in the UK, which would explain why he says psychicsco.uk, or he's in India, because I believe I've heard him say that he's in India throughout this live stream a few times. I could be wrong about the India, but if he's not in India, he's definitely in the UK. He does come across to me as British, honestly.
Proof of life after death, because I think the more spiritual it is, the more accurate your reading becomes, the more down to earth and greedy it becomes, like we want to know about money and shares and things, the less accurate it becomes. But saying that, I have said to people that I feel that American property values will be, in some areas, will be undervalued at the moment, and might be a better place to put some investment. A lot of people.
Please, under no circumstances do you take financial advice from this man. He will tell you to invest in Bitcoin, and then when Bitcoin doesn't work, he'll say, well, it was fluid, so we couldn't actually know for a fact it was going to happen. It was just something that I saw and predicted in my Susan Shyamalan and dreams. So you might have done something that actually changed your destiny, so it's not my fault. I never told you it would. I just said it could.
Investors and things, they don't invest in property because it's not necessarily a good thing. But I don't know. I feel it's going to be things like that, and we will have to eventually start to rethink oil. So we might have to. I would put my money if anybody sees it coming.
He does have a vampire cultist look about him, don't he?
Along into any form of new forms of energy. Not the existing. I don't think windmills.
Especially his ears. I'm not trying to make fun of him or anything, but his ears look very much like you'd see a member of the night or some horror monster.
And things are a good investment, but I get a sense that there'll be new energy forms. So it all depends where you put your money if you're worried about your investment. But I would say 2029 is the dangerous point when we really get things in a serious state. But between now and then, it's up and down. Many of my families are in Taiwan. What advice do you give them? Thanks. Well, I say stay put, because
What? You hear him? He's literally saying that a tsunami is going to come in Taiwan, and a guy comes to him, or a woman, I don't know, says, "Hey, I got family that are in Taiwan. What should I tell them?" And he says, "No, just stay put. Stay put. The tsunami is going to come and wipe out all your problems." Like, who tells you that? Okay, good night, Miss Independent. Thank you for stopping by. You're always a great person to have on board. So we're gonna get real estate advice from someone who's not even in the U.S. Goodbye, Alfred from Batman. Yep. Good night, Miss Independent. I hope you have a good one. Thank you for staying on for so long, because I can definitely. It's not easy. But yes, Williams, you're always the one hitting the mark. Goodbye, Alfred from Batman.
Taiwan will have the problems from China. I've said about this for a long time. That how will it come about, though? Because the first thing that would happen would be cyber attacks. It would have blockades. Blockades would then be challenged. Blockades can be broken. Blockades on Taiwan might mean blockades are put on Chinese movement of goods. I mean, you could block the Chinese going through.
So, here's another thing that I'm just going to bring about this is, like, who tells you that there's going to be blockades and tsunamis hitting Taiwan, and then tells somebody that they should keep their family there? To me, that doesn't sound very smart, unless you're not sure that that's actually going to happen. So you want them to stay, so that when nothing happens to them, you can say, well, it's a good thing your family's not hurt, and understand that this is why I said that this is this is why I said you changed your destiny. So, it wasn't that I was wrong. It wasn't that I was telling you a fact. I was just giving you some advice that I thought could be correct.
The difficult areas around Indonesia, you could stop all shipping there. Like, you could send an Australian submarine or two in there, for example, if they got involved. But then the Chinese, I always feel, we're going to open up this Northwest Passage, and we're going to see much more shipping from China going up across around by Russia. That is partly because of potential blockades of Taiwan. What will happen in the future in case Chinese shipping gets blocked? They can take it via the Russian ports and across Gdansk and all places like that. So, but the Taiwanese people, I don't feel that Taiwan will ultimately be overwhelmed. If it went to full-on warfare, the response from America, I feel, would be big. It would not be a case of, I'm
sorry, guys, but I got to highlight this comment right here from Williams. That was just too good. So we're going to get real estate advice from someone who's not even in the U.S. ... Goodbye, Alfred from Batman. Oh, Williams, I think this comment was your best comment this night. That one was so good. Oh, man.
We don't really feel Taiwan's a country. It's just it's a province. No, I think
Williams, at some point, man, please start being your own YouTuber and start doing reactions like I do. I am telling you, your comments will be some of the most controversial, funny, and both simultaneously respected and despised on YouTube. I am telling you, bro, you've got a natural talent for comedy.
Would be a big result. And I feel that by the time that happens, if I'm right, that it happens 2028, 2029 sort of time, then I think woe betide China taking that on, because I think Taiwan would be defended. So I would say stay put, because I don't feel Taiwan would ultimately be sucked into China. In fact, I feel, I have spoken about this before, that I sense that China will be, Xi Jinping's rule would be overturned eventually, and China would eventually break up into multiple countries. And I've spoken about this before. I feel that the actual teachings of the democracy of Taiwan would actually flood across China and become the model.
No, that's a lie. That is bullshit. He literally just said he literally just said the teachings of democracy in Taiwan are going to spill out into China, and that will become the model. Bro, you have no understanding about geopolitics, do you? I don't think so. Other than I don't think so. Not that I can remember, because we have been doing this for 3 hours. But Francesca, listen, he literally just said to us that the democratic teachings of Taiwan are going to spill out to the rest of China, and that will become the model. Now, I'm not trying to make this political, of course, and I'm not trying to step on anybody's political beliefs. It's just a simple question of, does that really happen? Does a massive dictatorship like China just suddenly just suddenly become a democracy because democratic ideas have just spilled onto a small democratic island nation to a massive dictatorial country? I'm just asking, does that even seem plausible to anybody? It doesn't to me. I know you wouldn't get monetized, but come on, do it for the comedy value alone. Imagine how many people's lives you could literally brighten with your day with just one snappy, funny comedy video. Do it for your patriots. Do it for your countrymen, Williams. Do it for the comedy.
And particularly the teachings of Sun Yat-sen, whose family came to Jane here, my wife, who's also a medium, and some very, very interesting information came through.
So they're scamming together
about the future of Sun Yat-sen's teachings, which I do feel will ultimately be taken as the touchstone for a new democracy in China. So Taiwan has the sacred cauldron, has the sacred items from the old China, and it's still in my mind, I feel spiritually, the true China. So there you go.
Exactly, berries.
Craig, with the heat in the UK, this shortage and stockpiling you spoke about months ago, water, wheat, flour. Well, I said there was going to, before we got all this, I said there was a danger of food shortage.
Oh, no. Now, Francisco, now he's saying something. It says, Craig, with the heat in the UK, this shortage and stockpiling you spoke of for months ago about water, wheat, and flour. So I think somebody's challenging him.
With the heat in the UK, this shortage and stockpiling you spoke about months ago, water, wheat, flour. Well, I said there was going to, before we got all this, I said there was a danger of food shortages. I think we got a very high danger of food shortages. I don't know what it's quite like in the north of England, but most of the south of England where I am and any areas I've traveled in.
So he is in the UK. Okay, that answers Francesco's question. He is in the UK. So now we know where he's at. And he's saying, I think we've got a... But listen to that. Someone's pointing out that he said, these shortages of water, wheat, and flour, he's asking him, like, you spoke about there months ago that there would be shortages. And his response is, well, I said we could. And I think we do have shortages. I don't know what's happening in the north side of London where I am, but, I reside over here. And I think we do have food shortage. Bro, it's not if you do. If you're in the UK and you said months ago that there was a food shortage in the massive of heat, either there is a food shortage or there isn't. There isn't, I thought, or I would, or I could, or maybe there is, or there isn't. And if there isn't, then your prediction was wrong. It's as simple as that. But he tries to put on all this word salad. No, it's either he did or he didn't. I predict he's going to get roasted. He must not have known China. China will never be a democracy. Exactly my thoughts. Exactly, Francesca.
Are dry as a bone. I mean, if you pour a glass of water on your lawn, it just goes literally into globules. So,
how the fuck is a globule? What the fuck does that mean? It just goes into globules. What does that even mean? That's got to be a made up word. Globules. Bro.
How are the trees even surviving? They're beginning to even sort of shed their leaves. So how are the
Yeah, that's called weather patterns, you dumbass. That's not a freaking example of drying. Leaves change weather patterns. That doesn't prove that there's a shortage.
farmers ever going to farm anything in this? And of course, it's not just here in the UK, it's also happening around the world. Europe is drying out. So, and Canada's got its problems.
Europe is not drying out. And even if they were, that doesn't change the fact he's talking about food shortages.
got, and China's got the opposite, I believe, at the moment. They've got deluges. So
He does.
crops are going to be failing all around. And I don't see us going into starvation mode, but I think there will be some serious shortages. So I think it's not a bad idea.
So wait, there will be shortages or there is shortages? Because this guy is saying you predicted it months ago. So clearly it's not happening at the time that you said it would. And you're now trying to flip the script and say, well, it will happen. But he's talking about months ago, not now, not before, not now, months ago. You're not addressing what you said months ago.
To keep a few things aside. I have. And I don't think it's a bad thing. And when you see,
I think what happened now is he wasn't predicting to be challenged like this. So now he's sweating and scrambling to try and find a way to spin this so that he's still accurate and reliable.
New viruses being predicted, not now, but quite a few years' time. I don't think it was a bad idea to have some very long life stuff kept in your attic just in case. So, tin hat time. I mean, I can't even believe I'm saying this sort of thing.
Yeah, it is tin hat. You're talking about diseases that aren't here, that technically don't exist, and you're saying it's a good idea to stockpile on diseases we don't have, all on the pretension that in a few years they'll emerge, which you can't confirm. So that is tinfoil hat behavior.
But it does make you think nowadays since the pandemic. And thank you very much for a $25.
Bro, the pandemic doesn't know that. First of all, when the pandemic hit in 2019, we had advance warnings. Like we knew about it long before it arrived in the US. Trump was just incompetent on how to handle it. And by the time he actually, handled it correctly, it was already too late and it was spreading everywhere. We had months to prepare for it. And we had months to, at least in the US, to, kind of like try and prevent its spread. But we just had dumbass policies back then and we didn't take the threat seriously, thanks to Trump. And it just spread unchecked, unfortunately.
Very, very much appreciated. I feel like someone in Covent Garden doing a dance. Thank you, sir.
No, he don't. He is making things up as he goes along because he got called out. He's challenged, so now he has to scramble to figure out a new thing to say, and he doesn't believe what he's saying, which is why he's hinging on maybe. All right.
Can you tell us about South Africa politically and economically, please? Thank you. Well, I've spoken about South Africa a bit before. I feel that South Africa will be going through some pretty major political changes. I know it's kind of been one political party all the time in South Africa, but my sense with South Africa, there is going to be a big shift in the political landscape. It's going to be a complete turnover, and we'll get a complete...
And there's another thing. Pay attention to how he's using these neutral words. There will be a big shift. Okay, he's not telling you what that shift is. He's just saying there'll be a shift. That way, no matter what happens, whether it's something major like a coup or something minor like new infrastructure laws or something like that, he'll say, that was the one I thought of. That was the one I actually did. Because he's not telling you what this fixture will be. If he had said there will be a big change in South Africa, as in there will be a coup or there'll be a new political leader or there'll be a new law coming out by that time, then you have something you can say, well, this has to pass at this certain period for you to be reliable. But because he's saying, no, it's got to be a big impact, it doesn't matter what the event is. He'll just say that's what it was. And because it has complete safe shielding of ambiguity. He hasn't told you what this major shift was. He's just told you there will be a major shift. Classic manipulative behavior.
New political party. Now, that's not going to solve everything. But South Africa also has its own immigration problem, strangely enough, because, the original, so we just think they're all South Africans, but they're not. South Africa was quite an empty sort of country when it became part of the British Empire.
That's everywhere, bro. Everywhere has immigration problems. There is no country where maybe North Korea. I'll strike that out. Maybe North Korea is the one exception where everyone's trying to get out rather than get in. But in general, all countries have this issue of people wanting to get into their country, either legally or illegally, and they have issues with that because it becomes this great issue of, do you accept immigrants? Do you not? Do you allow them? How are they going to live, etc.? How is this going to affect the economy? Yada, yada, yada. All countries, except possibly North Korea, because everyone wants to get out of that place, deals with that issue.
So there's a lot of conflicts, like with many areas of the world, like, you know, the West Bank and things. Who owns this? Who was here first? So I feel there's going to be a lot more tensions like this, tensions of shortage of resources. And really, I want to say with South Africa, I feel economic problems because of the huge influx that I see coming into South Africa, because I see South Africa remaining comparatively green, as it were, through this period where the Earth's going through some heating up periods. So I feel the resources are going to be fought over in South Africa quite a lot. But nonetheless, despite that, I feel that South Africa does have a good economic future. In fact, I'm seeing lots of people, and I said before, I felt as if Elon Musk would even invest some of his fortune into South Africa. It wouldn't change South Africa's history.
They are. They are, Francesca. They're paying on his Patreon. They're buying his books. They're subscribing to him, presumably paying him super chats and other such things. So yeah, people are definitely paying for this, crazily enough.
Future rather, but it would have an effect in that other investors might follow suit, because I feel South Africa is an absolute golden egg waiting to be laid. I feel that South Africa could become a very, very prosperous country, but its social system is still very much in disarray, and there's tremendous conflict there. But I feel that this future political changes might just get it in a better position, so it will thrive better economically.
Oh, that was a bunch of hogwash. He can't confirm none of it.
Hi, Craig. How about the Iran war? Any update for the next few months? Thank you so much. Yeah, the Iran war is, of course, one of those ones that goes on and on, isn't it? Because a bit like Ukrainian war, we said, oh, it'll all be over. You know, we'll go in, we'll bomb them, we'll get rid of the nuclear problems, we'll disarm them, and everything will be fine. And of course, the last thing in the world is that to happen. My sense is that this is not going to end soon. I think we might be getting a bit closer to the end of the Ukrainian war, but I feel with Iran, it's still got a long way to go and a long way to run before things get sorted. I have said before that a situation will occur where they will actually have to militarily take the Straits of Hormuz to say, this is it, you know, you can't go through here, end of story. And I feel that the Ukraine...
Yeah, okay, now he's just making up all this shit.
Iranian oil will ultimately become American oil. I feel that something will happen where the Iranian oil will no longer belong to Iran. So that suggests to me that either some big deal has been done to rebuild it and America take.
Right. And then if something happens to her, we don't, then he'll say, well, my prediction was fluid. Remember, it's fluid. Don't take it too seriously. But by the way, pay me $8.99 for Patreon for a quick scanning or screening or whatever the heck he wants to call it.
It's over the infrastructure, or the infrastructure has been so badly destroyed that it requires another country to come in to sort it out, or America has boots on the ground. I can't see America going in and actually troops storming Tehran, but I do feel that some areas are going to be actually going to have to need a full military presence. Tremendously difficult to do militarily, I believe, because of the landscape is just like Afghanistan, a bare sort of landscape with rocks to hide behind and hillsides and caves and all the rest of it.
So he just said he can't see U.S. invading Iran, but then he says that certain parts of Iran are going to need a military presence, which is going to be very difficult. So which is it, bro? Are we going to invade them and then take their oil, or are we not going to go, or are we only going to attack certain parts and then somehow take the oil? You're not making a whole lot of sense. If you predict that we're going to take their oil, we have to militaristically take it, if that's your argument. So you can't have your cake and eat it too, Craig.
Very, very difficult to take and hold, but I feel that's ultimately where it has to go. And that could be the case over the next few months.
Yeah, exactly. When FDMG opens in November, he'll literally be, this is the same thing. His predictions will come true.
Thank you. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. If you become a YouTube...
Wow. And they listen to that bullshit and they actually see what I mean? They're paying for this shit.
member, you support the channel, and it helps the channel. I sometimes put extra videos up on the YouTube channel, so you get a few extra bits to see. It's different to the Patreon. Patreon is more like a community where you chat, where I put up videos you can drop into the occasional live coffee with Craig ones, like pandemic we had. I shouldn't really mention.
And see, somebody became a member, and that was the perfect moment for him to say, hey, if you become a member, you support my channel, and I give you some extra content.
This word on YouTube because it gets flashes up all sorts of caveats. But the last one we had was a virus, wasn't it? My feeling is the next one we have won't be a virus, but it will be a bacteria, which in actual fact is a lot more worrying. When we
won't have a virus, we'll have bacteria. Bro, you seriously stick to predictions, my friend. Well, no, this is actually the problem. Stay away from medicine because you're clearly not well versed in the art of medicine. Listen to that self-destructive argument. We're not going to have a virus. We're going to have bacteria. What do you think viruses are? Yeah, I know. And it's like, we're not going to have a virus. We're going to have bacteria. Well, where do you think viruses come from, you dumbass?
the last one, they all jumped in and did the trained response of what they would do for a bacterial outbreak. But it then turned out to be a virus, which was a totally different thing. So you needed a whole set of rules and new sets of medicine.
There are different types of bacterial viruses. That much is true. But the idea that you're going to have a viral outbreak and call it bacterium rather than a virus is bullshit. You know that for it to be an outbreak, it has to spread rapidly. And what do you call a bacterium that rapidly infects host to host? That's called a virus.
And everything, it wouldn't work. But I feel we're going to get a bacterial one. And we've already got a serious situation in the world where we've really overdone it.
And also, he's assuming that when a virus happens, it's devoid of bacterium. Viruses are not devoid of bacterium mostly. So
with antibiotics, we pump animals full of antibiotics, not only just to make sure they don't get this illness and that illness, just in case of antibiotics, but it also fattens them up so we can get more money for our...
What evidence have you read? Wait a minute. He's literally said that we pump animals with antibiotics to fatten them up. What antibiotic have you researched that said the side effects of this antibiotic is you're going to get fat? Where did you research this? This dude is not a doctor. He has clearly never studied medicine. And also, what makes you think if we're giving an animal antibiotics, it's for the same purpose you're giving it to a human, which is ironically also an animal. It's to fight off infection and to strengthen their immune system, not to make them fatter. I've never heard of an antibiotic that makes you gain weight. I've never heard of that.
From our animals, we can fatten them up full market by giving them a load of antibiotics, puffs them all up, and we can all eat more meat. And so we are in danger of a potential serious.
No, we're not. We do fatten them up, and it is true that we can put ingredients in the food of our animals to make them fat. That much is true. But the idea that we literally give antibiotics to fatten animals up is ridiculous, because then you'd have to be saying human beings are given antibiotics to fatten them up. And I don't see human meat on the market in legal markets. So you're on a wild one with that one, Greg.
Biological outbreak that we can't do anything about. Now, I spoke about it before, I spoke about it before on the channel, and I said I found it might arise somewhere like Australia. That would certainly be the place it would be first spotted, and then spread, because things spread quickly around the world. But I also felt, and I said about this...
You mean spread like a virus? But I thought this was bacterium, Greg. It's not a virus. So how's it going to spread rapidly from host to host if it's bacterium and not a virus? So you're trying to predict a bacterium that isn't a virus and yet spreads and acts exactly like a virus? Okay.
before that it would not be a wipeout time. I don't feel it would be as bad as the last one with as much of a shutdown, but I still feel it would be another worrying one. But I think we got from the way we might get some more information from India, perhaps, if things start to come out with this. But my gut feeling is it's not quite with us yet. I think we've got a bit of time to go. I think we go past 2030 before this happens. You know, it's a
Yeah, because you're hoping by 2030 we'll forget how you tried to and failed to act like a doctor as if you know modern medicine and made all these bullshit claims such as, oh yeah, we give antibiotics to animals to fatten them up, and oh yeah, we're going to have an outbreak just like COVID-19, but oh, this is not going to even have, this is just going to be bacterium. It's not going to be a virus, but it's going to spread like one. Makes no goddamn sense. No sense whatsoever.
thing with the psychic stuff, you see it, you get the vision of it, you see a picture of something, but timing it is difficult. And I think the reason the time is difficult is, again, like I said, the Shiva's dance is a dance, not just a drum beat. Anyway, I think I'm going to have to leave it there because we're running out of time and the time has shot by. So I want to say to you all guys, thank you so much for joining me again on the show. Thank you for all of your interesting questions. Don't forget to put some comments afterwards, because I think the comments get very interesting, some of the takes you get on it. And you maybe could start adding up some of these dates and see what works and what doesn't. Are there any flaws in it?
Well, obviously you're working on a model where you don't know if the prediction will happen correctly, hence why you're sticking on maybe. You're claiming that you can also change these future predictions by your actions and your moods, because the ancient leaves will change before your very eyes, and you're only seeing the past, present, and future through a Shyamalan meditation dance. And now you're talking about, well, let's see if there's any flaws, if there's any issues. Well, clearly there are going to be flaws. You've just strategically manipulated the situation so that if there is flaws, you can always fall back on, well, I never said this would happen for a fact. I only said I would predict it. And if you care to remember, I said this could be fluid. You're a manipulator, Greg. You're not a truth speaker. You're not a truther. You're a manipulator.
And it's starting to get quite interesting because, you know, with these channels, we can sometimes build a bit of a community because I feel so many of you, it's not like having followers. It's like having a real...
No, this is exactly what followers are. You are literally telling them to subscribe to your Bluejean nonsense and then to buy your books, buy your materials, believe no one but you, make your own YouTube channel, have your own subscribers, become a member, get people on Patreon so that they will schedule for a quick reading, et cetera, all of which involves you getting money. This is exactly what followers are. They just follow you blindly. They don't question you. They don't check you on things, and they just believe whatever nonsense you sell them. Like, for example, I'm a YouTuber, just like you, Greg, but unlike you, I'm not a manipulator and I don't have a following because A, I've made it clear that my channel is not about money. B, I don't tell people what to think. They think to their own conclusions, and I work with them. Sometimes I agree with my chat, sometimes I don't. But at the end of the day, we're all here for fun. We're all here for entertainment, so it's all good. There is no cult. The behavior I have and the relationship I have with my subscribers is I'm just a member of John Q Public. I'm no different or better than any of you. I don't want your money. I don't want you to become cult followers. If you like what I do, cool. You don't like what I do, that's also cool. You agree with me, you don't agree with me, that's cool, because we're all one and the same. I'm not a leader of them. I'm a member of them. You, on the other hand, definitely want to make yourself a leader of people. You might not directly say it, but you're out here plastering yourself on areas. You're making books, you're selling books, you're telling people to predict you, you're telling them that you'll have this, follow Greg, have coffee with Greg. You're selling a brand. There's no Mr. Judge brand. There's no, hey, buy my book, what have you. Is it cool if they subscribe? Great. But if they don't want to, they don't want to. At the end of the day, I am no different than them. And that is why I also choose not to be anonymous, because I don't want my face seen. I don't want a cult follower of my actual name. I don't want people to just blindly follow me. I want them to be here, have a good time, have fun, engage with the content that I have, express an opinion, regardless of whatever that opinion is. That's the difference between a YouTuber who's just trying to have fun and somebody like you who is a cult follower. You're a personality cult. You're flat pasted everywhere. You're telling everyone to come to seek you out for information. You're not supporting any critical thinking. You are 100% a cult follower, sir, and a cult leader. That is what you are.
A real community of people that are really interested in the similar topics. And so it's really nice. And we don't seem to have a huge skeptical element. It seems to be, people that are interested in thinking about these things in.
Wait a minute. Let's read back what you just said.
A real community of people that are really interested in the similar topics. And so it's really nice. And we don't seem to have a huge skeptical element. It seems to be, people that are interested in thinking about these things.
You don't have a huge skeptical end, but then you're saying people are really interested in thinking. What do you think a skeptic is, Greg? If you're truly about getting people together and thinking, you want skeptics. Skepticism is great. Skepticism is when you're all about not just trusting the information at face value, asking questions, demanding answers. Skepticism is great. And that is the difference between a cult follower and a skeptic. Is a skeptic will ask questions. A cult follower will just believe at face value. You have nothing but followers, people who will just take your information, assume it's true, work around the bullshit, won't think too critically about it, buy your books, go on your Patreon as you suggest. Those are followers. Skeptics are those who will listen to your information, hear it, compare it to other information, and come to their own conclusions. So if you don't have any skeptics in your group, bro, you got nothing but followers, and you're bullshitting us by saying that it's not.
In a sensible way. So thanks for all joining me again. And don't forget, if you've enjoyed today, do have a look and consider becoming either a YouTube member or become a patron. And as I say, if you become a patron, have a dig around on the Patreon page. There's a pinned page there for anybody that wants to investigate their own personal Nadi and find out about what your personal future is. And on my website, there are a few readings left. I think there's not many.
See, and you're promoting your own website. This is cultish shit
At the moment, but I'll release a few more in September. Okay, once again, thank you. See you again soon. Bye for now. So do you like?
Yes, Sassy. It's not only 100%, skepticism is not only healthy, but it's something that I believe the young should be taught. Skepticism should not be met with hostility or as if it's a wrong thing to do. Skepticism is something that we should all be taking part of. It promotes critical thinking, it promotes personal growth, and it prevents manipulation like this. Skepticism is the best weapon against skepticism is this geezer is in the UK. Yeah, skepticism is the best defense against manipulation. Never believe at face value. Always ask questions. That is my advice to everybody. Always ask questions. Never take something at face value, whether it's from me, whether it's from anybody else. Always question. Always doubt first, believe later. And let me remind that. When I said doubt first, believe when you have evidence, not later. Believe when you have evidence to support why you should believe somebody. Never just believe right from the get-go. Well, guys, it has been about 4 hours. It's 11 p.m. for me, so we're going to shut down and call it a night. But I thank everyone for coming by. Williams was great. Sassy, you were great. Francesca, you were great. Barry's, you were great. Everybody that came over, you were fantastic. I thank you so much for coming by. You make these live streams great, and I hope you have a fantastic night, and I hope to see you guys again in the next one. I think we might be seeing Greg a little bit more. We might be seeing Greg a little bit more often because this turned out very great, and it was very entertaining. So all of you have a good night. I will see you next time, and have a wonderful time.